I forgot to add myself. Might want to do that next time before I actually start a stream. How about that one? So, a good afternoon, good evening, uh, good morning, depending where you're at. This is one of my usual impromptu streams because there's just a whole lot of craziness going on. Yesterday, I think it was yesterday, or the day before, was a headline came out. Supremely important to anybody that owns Hex. So if you know somebody that owns Hex and they're not in this chat, you need to get them in here, or on this stream, you need to get them in here. You need to let them know what's going on. You need to let them know they need to come here and figure out or find out what's about to happen, or what information I'm about to share, because it's prevalent to, it's important for everybody. I mean, there's really no other way to put it. Simply because what's happening is that whatever yield existed in the legacy markets is basically disappearing. And it's basically already gone. Think of it as an animal that's about to go extinct, right? This is basically me informing you guys of, hey, this animal's about to go extinct. And in this case, this animal is the high yield market for the fiat side of the economy. And this is just, it's crazy, because what you're going to come to learn today, it's never happened ever in the history of that market. And that market has been around for almost 50 years at this point. So, we're going to get into it. I'm just going to let people show up. I don't want to get started too soon. Some people just, they don't follow socials like that. So let's give them a little bit of time to get in here. And then let's talk about it, right? What's a high yield? Well, typically a high yield instrument is something that pays you more than the going rate of concern in the market, right? And that rate is typically something greater than, well, it used to be something greater than, 10%. That used to be considered high yield, at least during my lifetime. If you grew up born in the 70s, and you know high yield to be something different, right? So right now, Hex is at 47 cents. It's designed to do one thing, right? And that one thing is to generate yield. Literally. It's not designed to do anything else. So why does that matter? Well, it matters because the rest of the world is always looking for yield, no matter what. Just because the promise coin space doesn't know it exists means nothing. The rest of the world knows it exists, and that's ultimately what matters. So at the end of the day, what's going to happen is that people are going to find out that this exists, because that's the way the world works. Nobody cares about a coin aggregating site. Like in the real world, nobody cares about that. Simply. There's no such thing. So, people in general have to understand that, because what happened yesterday is exactly why nobody cares. In legacy markets, nobody goes to a centralized place to find information about a thing, and this thing being a stock, right? The stocks, while they are listed on exchanges, right, the structure of the market is one such that that's what it's going to be. That makes sense? So what I'm trying to say is, if you're issuing a stock, right, and it's going to be listed on an exchange, it has to literally fit ABC 1, 2, 3 requirement, because it's going to go within that system, right? It cannot be that thing. So it has to fit those parameters in order for it to actually be, right? And this is important to understand, because in the promise coin space, it's not anything like that. There is no centralized anything. And it's not supposed to be like that. And I think we lose sight of that, especially when we see the nonsense that we saw yesterday, which of course does affect the price performance of HEX to a certain extent, but does it really? Right? And I think looking at the simple fact that we have a 60x in the past 680, 190 days kind of lets you know the answer. And the answer there simply is no. Very simple. Right? I mean, where else do you find a 60x that's hidden? Let me know. I'm watching the chat. I'll wait. I'll wait for your answer. If you can show me a 60x that's hidden. Right? Because that's my point. HEX doesn't need anything. It doesn't even need Richard Hart. It doesn't need me. It doesn't need any of you guys. People are going to find it because by default, it's out there. That's it. Just like you find whatever it is you like, just like you find crypto, right? It's going to be found because that's the way the world works. Now, of course, the process is sped up by having eyeballs on it, of course. That's obvious. I don't think that needs to be said. So I'm not sure why that's confusing to some people. It's very straightforward. But at the end of the day, you have to realize what's happening, right? This is not just about making money. There's an actual thing going on in the world right now. There's a reason that there is no more yield in the system, in the fiat system. There's a reason crypto exists. It's all of these things that you have to look at the big picture if you want to understand what this trade is. You just have to. It's not optional, because what's going to happen is you're going to 10x, you're going to 20x, you're going to 40x, you're going to 50x. You're going to think you're hot shit. And all you're going to do is you're going to sell your bag, convert it to fiat, and get priced out within minutes because you don't understand what you're doing. You're going to get wrecked. Nature of the beast. And these are the things that you have to understand if you want to be successful. Now, you don't have to listen to me. I don't have anything to share but factual information. Look at all the wreck sellers. In fact, that's the only thing that this screen should be showing. So let me prepare. Let me prepare. Because that's all that really matters. Right? You have to decide your time frame in this system because we have that ability. Where else do you have the ability to own an asset and not have to worry about what it's going to do? Nowhere. That doesn't exist in the legacy side of the markets at all, right? You're buying a CD that isn't gaining in capital appreciation. It's not gaining. There's no capital gains on a CD. And that's important for people to understand if they hear the term CD, but they're not actually familiar with what it actually entails. So, really try to wrap your head around all of the moving pieces, because again, it should be obvious to you by now that you're gonna be rich. Easy enough. Easy enough. The question becomes, well, what are you gonna do about it? Right? And I like to tell this story all the time just to relate it to people in some way, shape, or form. And that idea is, it takes me back to when I first networked my way into Wall Street. And thank you for the super chat, Cash Plus. You're always blessing me, dude. And every streamer in the community. I appreciate you, man. All the value you provide for the community is priceless. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Just trying to share relevant information that's going to let people know how rich they're going to be. Because this is the only reason I'm even talking like this. Right? Because I want people to understand how important this is. This meme is probably the most important HEX meme in the history of all HEX memes. Because as soon as you sell, only one thing happens, guys. One thing and one thing only. And it's important that we understand that. I mean, I don't understand why you think you need any kind of freaking support from criminals like CMC. I don't understand why you think you need it. You don't. Here's your proof. What, you want it to go straight up, vertically? You want it to stand up instead of just going along its natural progression of demand? Because clearly, eyes on HEX does not matter as far as a coin aggregator goes. or coin market cap, whatever the fuck, you know, what are those things called? A listing, a rank listing site. I don't know. There's no such thing in the real world. That only exists in the promise coin space. And these are the things you have to be aware of. You're going to make stupid investments or stupid decisions if you don't understand the big picture. It doesn't matter how much you know about crypto. And that's the biggest thing, that if you're watching this stream, you need to understand. You can know everything about crypto. You still know nothing. Period. Not my idea, not my opinion. It's simply a fact. Because what's happening is that every market is combining. Because guess what? Guess what? What's entering the crypto market is fiat, not crypto. Does that make sense? Thank you, Crapstick. Promise coin listing site. And thank you for the super chat, Alan. I appreciate you, brother. Onboarded my broker for 100K worth of Hex. I use all your knowledge of Guyham. Wow. Thank you, man. That's crazy. I appreciate that. But that's what it's about, right? This is why I take the time to do these streams. You guys would have been selling long ago if you wouldn't understand the big picture, because you think what's on a stupid ass coin listing site matters, and it doesn't. It never will. It literally never ever will. You don't have to agree with it. It's not my opinion. It's the fucking facts. Because guess what? Capital doesn't care what you think or what you know. It goes to where it is treated best. Simple. Simple. That's it. That's all. Now, this is taking forever to load. I probably just got too much crap going on here because I hear my computer is running 100 miles an hour. Give me a second, guys. Let me close some crap here. Let me see. Oh, hold on. If it seems like it gets disconnected, just hold on. It's not. All right. We should be good now. Okay, let me see. Let me close some other things. All right. Let me close this. All right. Okay. So again, when you're looking up stocks, right? Just to relate it to something that you can find and research yourself. You know, if you're looking up Google stock, for example, this is what pops up. Okay. A bunch of different places where you can find information about this stock. Very straightforward. Okay. That's it. There is no CMC. There is none of this bullshit that you guys are like getting mad about or think matters or whatever the case is. Right? Or you hear that? I got another mic on the way, by the way, for those of you that are interested in knowing, because I'm actually not, but I do have one on the way, so we'll be fixing that soon. And a shout out to you, Laz. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody tuning in. We got 182 people viewing right now, or at least watching. So shout out to everybody. Again, I really haven't even got into what the topic is, but we're gonna get there. Just want to make sure everybody, as many people that are gonna show up, are here, so we can get into it, because this is probably the most important stream I'm ever gonna do with respect to your financial future, because you have to understand all of the things I'm about to say. It's a simple math problem. Simple math problem. And it's very, very simple. It's literally X minus Y. If X is greater than Y, then you know what you need to do. If Y is greater than X, then you know what you need to do. They're both the same thing. And we'll get into that in a little bit. Thank you for the super chat, Ryan. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for your website, by the way. This is the creator of Hex dailystats.com. Him and Tagosh, some other folks are working on that site. It's made my life infinitely easier because I don't have to run around finding data. I just download, click, and it's a beautiful thing, man. I'm not mad at it at all. And shout out to my homie Corey. Hope you're doing well, brother. This is another gentleman that's recently retired from investing in Hex and other cryptos as well. And this is just what it's about, right? Sharing the information, just having everything out there, right? And this is important. Let's go back to talking about searching in, just asset classes, right? Let's look at this, right? High yield bonds, right? Random. Everybody knows high yield bonds, right? But this is how much information you can find out. You can find out about them online. Look, you got to go to this centralized place where they house crap, but you don't even actually want to. So you can't even find information. You see, 75,000. So based on whatever it is I search for, or whatever it is that it prompts in terms of the search, this is a number of issues or QSIPs or bonds that you could look into, right? But in total, you got 135,000 different issuances. Okay, 135,000. Now, this is just one platform, one source of information. And this is just on the retail side, mind you. Okay, this is not even the institutional aspect of the business. This is just the retail side. And thank you for the super sick mix. I appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. But these are important things to understand, right? The size of the market. Create a CD ladder. Oh, I didn't even see that. Hold on. Because interestingly enough, it's just not what people talk about. And it's for very good reason. Hex gives you this ability to use two facets of the legacy system as it stands, right? And this is critical to understand, right? Because what happens with a CD on the legacy side of the business is that you only earn interest. You don't gain any capital appreciation. So time wouldn't even be a factor, right? But with what we own, time is a factor. Because if you got in back here, then clearly your gains are going to be ridiculous up here. But if you got in down here, then your gains are just going to be relative to that point in time. So time does matter. With a CD, time does not matter. It's just you putting in X, you getting a whatever the return is going to be, or 1% or whatever, and that's it. Right? That's it. And thanks for the super sticker, Yonan. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. But high yield bond, right? So let's talk about this. Typically, they're considered non-investment grade instruments. Now, what does that mean? Because that's a very important term. And let's do a little searching, because I don't want to just say it. I want you guys to see it. Because I can tell you a million things. It doesn't mean anything if you don't realize it's not just me and my opinion. My opinion is irrelevant. And I really, really want people to understand that, because the information I'm giving you isn't mine. Okay? It's not mine. Like, I'm not here making this up, okay? I'm not just coming up with this stuff on the fly. This is what exists. This is what's out there. And these are things you need to know if you want to be successful in this business. And the business of getting rich is a business. Whether you want to acknowledge that or not, that's your own personal issue. But at the end of the day, making money requires information and knowledge. And if you're not willing to put in the work to acquire or to attain it, then you're going to pay the cost. And it's that simple, okay? So here we're looking at credit rating codes and classes, right? So just like you get credit rating yourself in the form of a number, when companies issue fixed income instruments, which is them borrowing money in essence, it's rated. And it's rated with respect to their balance sheet, rated with respect to their financial situation. Okay. And that's what these ratings reflect. You got different variations of A's depending on who's doing the grading. Okay. And as you can see here, rating description. Investment grade covers all of these buckets. B, triple B, and up. Okay. Once you go lower than triple B, or in this case, well, I mean, this isn't important to know. Okay. Just bear with me. This is just stuff we have to get through because we have to get through it. So triple B is literally the lowest rung of fixed income high grade, right? Like USDA grade A beef, right? Think of it like that. Investment grade is that equivalent in terms of financial products in the fixed income space. Now, you got to understand that in the stock market, there is no differentiation of this caliber. Now, the question should automatically be, well, why? How come? How come? Wow, you guys keep blessing me like these with these super chats. I'm going to be able to stop working soon and just stream daily. This is crazy. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, Ryan. Keep on keeping on, man. Thanks for all you do. It's priceless to the community to know these facts. Yeah, this is priceless, actually. Because and I mean, it's really only because of this point in time, right? 10 years ago, Bitcoin was released because we had a major economic situation occur in our world. World, not country, world. Okay. And then from that, we got Bitcoin. Now, what's happened since then is that Bitcoin has been co-opted by the other side. And we see that in the way that it trades. We see that when we look at the data. It's not like they're hiding it. They're not hiding it at all. And this is why I'm not afraid to say what I say. Okay. Today, 70 billion market cap for Tether. Volume 2x. How come? Well, the price is high. So that means that people are buying dollars at a rapid rate. That's all that means. So when you come, take a look at Bitcoin or Ethereum, same. What you see is that the rate of change is opposite. The rate of change, typically, right? I mean, a dollar doesn't belong above 1. So ignore the percentage change. We're talking about from this point in time where this move initiated. Because the reality is that the dollar is always going up when Bitcoin's going up. And that's always dangerous, right? And the dollar even starts going down and Bitcoin going down is even more dangerous. Because then that means that there's no salvation here. Because when they go down at the same time, that should not be happening, right? And this is why we're seeing this little rip up here. But the question is, will that actually maintain itself, or will these lines, which are resistance, actually play their role, play their part? Now, so far, it's looking like that's going to be a yes. So it's going to get ugly. People aren't going to understand what the hell's going on because they think they know what's going on. And that's why it's important to realize you don't have a clue. Because right now it's looking like it's holding support. But what happened? Right? What happened is that you got this big old negative divergence. Right? Like it literally locked itself in right here. Right? Now this is getting technical with it, right? Technical analysis, basically. But it's true, nonetheless. Right? Because for something like this to happen after a big bull run, that's not bullish. It's not bullish at all as far as structure of the chart goes. Not bullish at all, right? So what we would have to see is we would have to see a move back down to this area and have it actually hold. So if we do get a move back down to 40, right, based on what we've seen in terms of price action, this is going to be the most critical area on the chart. And if we lose that, there's no telling, right? But this is, again, a function of what we're seeing them doing to the system because it's been co-opted. How else do you have double of the actual existing quantity of coins getting moved around in the system? There's no double counting. That's the whole point of blockchain. So what exactly is going on, right? And these are the things we have to look at. And this is why understanding all of these things that I'm talking about, while they seem unrelated, are extremely related, because this is how you pick the right asset. Because again, only in the promise coin space does it matter what you own. In the real world, nobody actually gives a shit what you own. They just don't care anything about you. It only matters here because people make it matter. The only thing that matters is the balance in your bank account. Period. End of story. Nothing else matters. That's why Hex exists. That's why fiat sucks. So I don't really understand the confusion and about all this so-called owning coins, different coins, and all this nonsense, right? All this diversion of understanding is the way I like to look at it, because what people are missing are the simple fact that what the fuck is this? Are the simple fact that when your capital isn't sitting in the best place, then where is it? Where is it? Right? Where is it? If your capital isn't sitting in the best place, then it's paying the price for not sitting in the best place. Pretty simple. Right? I mean, opportunity cost is the biggest cost in life, whether it's monetary or experiential, because you're missing out on an experience or something. You're missing it. And you thought you were doing something better, and it turned out you were not. Right? And there's a big cost in that. Okay? And that's why selecting the proper investment is the whole point of the time value of money. Finding that item that replicates gains without you having to lift a finger, man, I gotta say, I'm a happy camper, right? But enough about me. Why does that matter, right? It matters because the whole point of allocating capital to any endeavor is to compound it, is it not? If it's not, please let me know in the chat, because I can't understand any other thought process with respect to investing money. So if there's something else that happened in the last 10 years that I just wasn't aware of, please let me know in the chat. But the last time I checked, the reason we allocate money to any endeavor is to compound it. Not to feel good, not to be cool. None of that funky emotional shit that people love to talk about, because I don't understand it and I can't relate and I can't even speak to it. In fact, I can't sympathize or empathize with the notion whatsoever, because it's entirely irrelevant. And this is coming from a person that fights FUD about Hex every day. Because what people don't understand is that it's not about Hex. It's not about Richard Hart. It's about your level of ignorance and how stupid you are in thinking that those two facets actually matter. I mean, since when does your name matter? Does your name matter? Do people ask you, hey, man, why does your name suck? I don't think people do that. So why does it matter that you own Hex? Why does it matter that Richard Hart created Hex? It doesn't at all. At all. And thanks for the super chat, Crypto Games Club. And we're about to get into the meat and potatoes of this little half-hour intro. I mean, I kind of started already. We're talking about investment grade. This is important to understand. An investment grade is triple B, okay? Once you get anywhere below that, triple B, it becomes high yield. The only question becomes, well, how high is that yield? How high? That's the question. What up, Molly? Let me know if you want to join, bro. I'll send you the link, because, you know, it's rough to ride solo. I've been trying to get people to join me, but nobody wants to parlay. Guess people are intimidated by the topic. It's really simple. It's really simple. Once I get to to the other side of the street with this, man, you guys are going to lose your fucking shit. And if you don't want to buy more after that, then there's just no helping you anyway. You're going to need more help than I can give you. It's nothing I can say that's going to change your mind or help you at all. Like at all. Let me see. Maybe Cabana can join us because he knows a little bit about this. If you're not too busy, sir. So yeah, so the point of this stream is to talk about high yield markets, okay? High yield fixed income markets specifically, which is not something that's common to most of us when we're just, not involved in finance or whatnot, which is understandable. God, I hate people. Why are they so fucking stupid? And these are things that are important to understand, right? Why is capital going to fly over here? Why? Well, number one, and this is going to be the first earth-shattering fact I'm going to give you. Consider yourself lucky because with respect to HEX, you don't have to worry about any of this. All of this is risk. This is called credit risk. Oh, shit. Wow. Wow. Now, that's a hell of a compliment. That, sir, is a hell of a compliment because I used to watch that crap. And I used to watch it religiously. 24/7, I used to keep that bullshit on, learning through osmosis and crap. And, thank you for the super chat, brother. But, yeah, they've just gone to shit, right? Like, they're just disgusting. Anyways, when it comes to HEX, there is no credit risk. It's a literal, immutable piece of code, smart contract, right? It's designed to do one thing, literally designed to do one thing. And that one thing is print infinite value. The question is, do you recognize that? Because people think there's a limit to this system and there isn't. And for a human's lifetime, there is no limit to this system. Unless you live more than 200 years, I don't understand what your problem is. But you don't. None of you do. So understand that. So the reason I'm pointing that out is because institutional investors, i.e. the rest of the capital market, is going to have to find some way to continue to earn yield. Has to. Because it's literally obligated to do so. But then the question becomes, well, shit, how can they do that with HEX? Because HEX is a crypto. It's not legally buying, like it's not legally able, like they're not legally capable of doing so. And it's not that they're really not legally capable, is that they don't want to expose themselves to the downside risk of liability in the event that something does happen if a person does get upset for whatever reason. This is why understanding all of these facets are important, right? When we're looking at this, let me hold on. Let me put this little thing here. Yeah. When we're looking at this grading scale, because that's all this is. This is like a ranking rating scale for fixed income credit, and we get below the investment grade, right? We get from triple B to double Bs, right, or BA, right? Double Bs. Now, this means that the grade or the quality of the investment is deteriorating at a rapid rate at this point, right? Like, think about it like this. Think 100%, 95%, 90%, 85, right? Think about it like that. Then once you get down here, you got 80, or maybe even 80, 85. But once you get down here, definitely 75, definitely 70, definitely 60s, right? 50s, 40s, and below. Like, if you want to look at it and like, wow, that's actually a great way to put it. I wish I would have thought of that before I did this stream. Give me a second, guys, because maybe I'll throw that And does that make sense to a certain extent? If you look at it, where's the thing go? If you look at it from, oh, I know why. So if you look at it from a price perspective, right, where the highest value or the highest quality investment. Oh, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Guys are crazy, man. Stop making me think about quitting my job based off of YouTube. Stop it. You know it's not possible. All right. Let me see if I can throw some text in here actually, because I don't like writing. It doesn't look like it gives you the option. So let's go with 100. All right. This is important. And you say 95. Right. And I think about these as cents, right? 90. Right. And then it drops all the way. Drops all the way to 80 cents, right? Think about these as cents on the dollar, right? 70 cents, 65, right? And then 60s, everything down here is just less than 60 cents, right? And then everything here is going to be less than 40. Okay? Now these are cents, right? So what that means is when you put $1 in, that's what you're going to get out in terms of value, no matter what it costs you, right? No matter what it costs you, that's what's going on. Okay, and that's important to understand because that's really what this is saying. Because again, you have to remember, fixed income has a special meaning to it. It literally means fixed income. It doesn't mean capital appreciation plus fixed income. And it's important to understand that because there is a whole market or a whole nexus of the tradable fixed income market that really survives on this. And this is the high yield market. And this is the market that we're talking about. And now you guys have an understanding of why that is. Because again, when you're looking at a market of a fixed income product, it's very, very decentralized by default, right? And this was just an example just to show, but even the stock market is actually decentralized by default. And maybe we'll touch on that, but the real focus here is on the relatable product and how HEX is really superior to it. Because HEX is already, I've already explained how HEX is superior to a stock. A stock, no matter how high it goes, has no par value, period. It has no value whatsoever. If that company goes bankrupt, that stock is automatically worth zero. End of discussion. Unless there's cash on the balance sheet, that's what it is. And then if you do own the stock and you're just a stockholder and you don't even own preferred stock, which is a whole nother conversation, you're not going to get anything unless somebody decides to after a bankruptcy. Right. And these are the things that people don't think about when they're allocating capital. And thank you for the super sticker, Billy Bob. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. You guys are really hooking me up today. It's kind of crazy. Appreciate you guys. And you guys know all that's going right in the hex. So thank you again. You're pumping my own bags by pumping your own. So here we go. Here's a nice little definition. What makes high yield corporate bonds different than investment grade corporate bonds? High yield bonds have lower ratings due to potentially greater risk involved. This means that interest payments may not be made, and even the principal may not be repaid. Now, this goes back to the little image I was showing earlier, right? Because a lot of the times what happens is that these deals, right, when they're priced, whether it's high yield, grade, whether it's a high grade investment or a low grade investment, the pricing is always going to be 100, right? The 100 cents. The question is, what is the yield going to be? And that then changes things once you get into the secondary market. And that's where you get these other values from. Because the question should automatically be, well, if the instrument is issued at $1, how can it be worth less than after that? Well, it's because of the yield that it pays. There's all of these formulas that go into this. And these are all things that I've learned and studied throughout my time in college. And this is what people do, right? Like, it's just, so let's just take a clean price. There you go. Clean price of a bond. In finance, a clean price is the price of a bond excluding any interest accrued since bond's issuance and the most recent coupon payment. So you see, the price of this kind of calculation for a bond, for a fixed income instrument, would exclude the interest accrued since the bond was issued and the most recent coupon payment. So how does this relate to HEX? Well, think about it like this. It's the same thing as saying that the price of HEX right now, right, excluding all of the T-share payouts that we've received, plus the one from last night. That's what this means, relatively, right? So if we're looking at the dirty price of a bond, dirty price of a bond is going to include all of those cash flows, thereby changing the price, right, in terms of valuation, because you're excluding the cash flows in the clean, and the dirty, you're including them. So the value is going to, by default, be higher, right? So the price of a bond, when it's calculated in a dirty way, is the present value of its future cash flows to avoid the impact of the next coupon payment, blah, blah, blah. But again, this cash flow is excluded from the price of the bond and is called the accrued interest, right? Because they're removing this. But they are, in essence, in order to have the present value of the future cash flows. Now, okay, I'm sorry, but this, you have to just take my word for it because I don't want to get into the weeds with this. But to avoid the impact of the next coupon payment, right, in terms of the calculation, you have to incorporate the actual cash flows that have already accrued in order to get the present value. Okay? So that's important to understand also. So sorry for going down this rabbit hole, but let's get out of here. Because ultimately what matters is the pricing. But what I want to impart upon you is really the understanding that the difference in the reality of these issuances once they happen changes, right? As soon as they get issued, right, whether it's prime or high grade, or I'm sorry, a low grade investment, right, highly speculative, right, like they know that that bond isn't worth the 100 cents. That's why they're getting that high yield, right? Let's see if we can find one that we can look at just as an example. Hold on. I really want you guys to new issue high yield. All right, give me a second, guys. Okay, good year. This is interesting. Let's not look any time. Let's look in the past year. Boom, that's what I was looking for. Let's see here. See if we get anything good. Let's see. I'm just trying to find a single issuance to talk about. Give me a second, guys. Got the band in the back. Thank you guys for your patience. And let's get back to it. I think I might have found something interesting here. Let's see where I go. No. So we're not getting any single name issues from here. Give me 1 second. I mean, okay, look. So this is interesting, right? Because I'm basically going to show you guys how this market is screwed. Oh, got a special guest. Motley, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Doing well, doing well.
I
Oh
don't know.
man,
I don't know how much I'm going to be able to add to this. I'll be your color commentator
hey
for
man,
today and just learn.
question, questions are just as good as having no knowledge,
There you go.
because what that does is exposes any weaknesses I might have in my arsenal that I might have to buff up on, or it just educates you on what you didn't know 2 seconds ago. So we
Trick
can't
is
lose.
finding the right question though.
Correct. That's the hard part.
That's
And
the
shout
hard
out to
part.
Corey, man. Thank
Hell
you
yeah.
again. This gentleman right here,
I love
uh,
Corey.
recently retired. Recently retired, just like a lot of us hexagons. And this is the beauty, right? We have a community of folks that have been at this for a while, and they're just trying to share the love, man. Show the love by providing just whatever they can to help you out, whether it's time, whatever, information, knowledge, and all that. And this is what it's about. So thank you, brother, for the. I'm seeing some of the chats after I shut
What's
someone out.
I didn't even see it.
It's just fun. Yeah, it's just funny. So shout out to you, bro. And again, congratulations to everybody that's recently retired. Thanks to Hex. I mean, if it doesn't happen soon for me, it's gonna definitely be Pulse. And I know everybody saw that tweet from Richard today on the sinking being fixed, which is great news.
I actually missed that.
Oh, no, sir.
So we talking about testnet soon potentially?
Yes, sir. Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yes. We must find it. Hold on. You got to see the tweet because it's that important. Hold on.
Yeah, I saw you guys mention it on Wake Up Hex, I think, but I didn't catch it.
Oh, I'm gonna show it to you, sir. No worries, because it's that important.
Yeah, for sure.
It's worth taking a moment out of this for that, because this is it's a life-changing event for a lot of people, even though it hasn't happened yet. But it's definitely going to be, myself included, because I'm gonna be in the same boat with you guys as you guys are now in a year from now, right? And that's what it's about.
Delayed gratification. If you came a little bit later, you're not late. You're just gonna have to put in your time, just like everyone else.
That's it.
That's all it is.
That's it. And that's kind of the most important thing to understand about what we're doing here. Because it's easy to get carried away by seeing everybody else's numbers, but forgetting the fact that all those people have put in time.
Yep.
Right?
It seems like it's overnight too, right? To your friends, family, all that stuff. You tell them you're retired and they're like, wait,
how?
What's going on? Yeah, it's all behind the scenes. They just don't know. And it seems like it's an overnight success, but it's been years in the making at this point.
Yeah, it is years in the making. That's right. Like, I've been at this since I was out of freaking the military, basically, and that was over 10 years ago. I'm still not retired.
It started before Hex, right? Like, all of us had to take those steps before Hex was even a thought. We were doing real estate. You were messing around in stocks. You and I both went through the military. There were steps and sacrifices we had to make a long time before Hex was even a mere conception.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when Richard was thinking of Hex, I was still trading futures. Now, no idea. No idea he was even thinking of it, right? And these are the things. If you're not paying attention, you're gonna miss it, right? And this is why I was showing, like, if you look at all of these headlines, let's just look. Red hot high yield bond market showing signs of restraint. Now, this is all within the last year, okay? Fed, the corporate bond market crisis. Not gonna finish reading the headlines if they're not finished. Corporate bond market dysfunction during Rona. The junk bond market is on fire this year as yields hit, look at the number, 3.97%. You can't even get 3.97% in Hex if you tried. Like, you literally have to be in for seconds.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I was watching a poll they did recently. Millennials just have no desire to even invest in the stock market.
It's crazy. No.
I was watching a poll they.
Hold on, we got a little feedback from Funny Jim. Jim, mute yourself over there, or the stream. Sorry, man. Unmute yourself whenever you do so.
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry about that.
All right, cool. But yeah, just looking at all these headlines, right? Like, high yield is not 4%. Like, I'm sorry. If you're buying something that has the pricing of 60-40 cents, you should be getting more than 4% on that. Right? Like, it's clearly worth half of what you paid for it. So you should be getting 2x your yield. That's the way the math is supposed to work in the legacy side. But it's not how it's working. Right? So let's see. Ford offering $2 billion in bonds. Let's see. May refinance. What? Let me see what this is saying. This is. Oh, this is interesting.
Hey, they take your privacy seriously.
Yeah, that's what they.
Oh, and the Motley Fool, man.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. You.
When I first came across your name, I was like, "Damn, I wonder if he knows that these people exist." And I didn't think so.
I did know they existed, and that was the one. It was literally the one issue I had with my name was I knew there was going to be SEO issues with the Motley Fool. But I just, at the time, I couldn't think of anything else, and I just wanted to get on and talk about Hex. So the name was more or less irrelevant.
Irrelevant, yeah. Yeah, I feel you there.
I was like, this is the best I could come up with now. It's just gonna, have to be what it is.
That's how I felt about Whales Only. I didn't really care either. It's just, it works, whatever.
Yeah, it turns out in crypto, there's a lot of Whales names, so you got to be like Whales Only One.
Right. And I just didn't know. So, we talk about whales, but in the legacy side, but it's not like an important thing. It's just like, oh, that guy is a whale. Like, he slings billions, or he slings sticks or yards, or whatever the lingo is with respect to the market. But that's
much more prevalent in crypto.
Yeah.
And it's usually a bunch of fakes out there too.
Oh, for sure.
Claiming to be whales.
Hold on. Do we not know that the crypto space in general is all fake? It's a promise coin space. People think it's real. It's not. It's not. That's why everybody gets wrecked.
They give off the illusion of wealth just for follows.
That's it, man. I mean, you can't really believe everything you see on TV. You just can't. And that's YouTube nowadays. And this is why I go through the steps of finding the stuff in your face. Because me talking about it isn't going to do anything for you. Jesus, why doesn't this want to show? There we go. Fucking Twitter. So here we go. Good news. Yeah. Good news on that pullshame.com sync issue. It's solved. Nice. What more do you need to know? We get to move on to the next phase of testing.
Yeah, hopefully there's no more issues, so we can go straight into testnet. Yeah.
One step closer, which is all we need. One step at a time. Just like Hex came eventually, so will Pulse, and what Pulse does.
What's the worst thing that happens in the meantime? We just this continued steady rise of 1 to 2 cents on the daily. Like,
whoops.
I'm okay. I'm all right. Pulse chain can take its time. I'm good.
I wish it would slow down so I could still buy some more.
Right. Actually, I just got someone in for another 10 grand right before I hopped on stream.
And that was only good for like 20K about. Right?
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yep.
Nothing.
Yep. It was like 21K, somewhere right around there. That's it. And I was just, it's crazy to look at those numbers now. Not even like 6 months ago, you could have just gone hundreds of thousands. And now it's 20K.
Yo, dude, that's why when I saw what was going on, I said, fuck the rent. Legit. I had to.
You can pay that later.
This is once in an opportunity lifetime.
Pay yourself first. Break the
once
chain
in an
first.
Once in a lifetime opportunity, excuse me. I mean, how many more hexes are we going to see in our lifetime?
And I'm sure Gary could come on and talk about ways to leverage credit and stuff like that as well. And just like, invest in yourself, invest in this product. Because like, we've talked about it all the time. It's like, this is the new revolution of crypto. This is the new Bitcoin. You don't get this opportunity. These opportunities just don't come that often in a lifetime. You get a couple. And if you're not ready for them, or you don't pull the trigger, like, oops, you might not get another one. You might not get another one in your lifetime.
It's a difficult conversation to have, because I actually need to have that conversation one-on-one with people, individuals. Like, I do put content out there. I do say things like you can leverage real estate that's a cash flowing property. You can pull equity out. You can put that to work at a higher ROI. Now, I've known about those things for decades, right? Business credit, as far as being able to have something that's unsecured, as far as capital, that's at risk and maybe launching a new business, a new company. doing a remodel again on real estate, something that you can roll out into a fixed APR. I mean, those kinds of topics I enjoy talking about. And when it comes to crypto, I do know people that have harmed themselves with their consumer debt in a risky, speculative NFT, ICO kind of scam kind of industry in a lot of ways. And when one of those things that's exception to the rule comes along, like Hex, it's hard to have that, conversation in a sophisticated and mature way with a broad audience, like all the viewers of a YouTube channel. So I
Yeah, for sure.
prefer, if I'm going to work with someone, I need it to be face to face. It needs to be video conference kind of stuff before I trust giving these basically advice or tips about how to pull equity out of something or how to roll a business that throws cash off that you can then speculate with that extra cash. I did it with Hex. And it worked out beautifully. Rents that came. So I had a primary property that was financed at 3.2% for 30 years. So it's already shorting the dollar on a primary residence that I had converted by putting 200 grand into to convert into basically a sixplex. And that sixplex had an overhead cost of $4,400 per month, but it threw off about $25,000 per month in income. So that extra income became Hex when I was the only person speculating on Hex. And then that group that were paying rent, I told them about Hex, how it was performing, what its potential was, things like that. And I gave them a value proposition, which was you can continue to pay me in dollar, which is your stable rent on the lease, on the contract, and you continue to do that, or I can give you 10 or 15% discount in dollar term if you go through the learning process about what Hex is and you pay me in Hex. So the spot value of Hex at the moment that they paid rent would be whatever it was, and that's how much Hex was due. And I was eating a 15% fiat cost difference, right? Because I'm the one really speculating. And then over time, they see the price performance. They understand more about the industry as a whole. They become interested in crypto in general and Hex specifically. So when I'm talking about things like Motley referenced about pulling equity out, I don't want people to harm themselves, but I realize what's dormant capital that I could utilize in a Hex product versus actual value, right? So I sold off classic cars. I sold off dormant capital that was really stagnant in physical silver. I sold off extra cash flow from businesses, whether it was rental properties or whatever, that was extra cash flow that I could speculate on or put into Hex and throw out there into the future through staking. So you need to have those sophisticated conversations with people that have already walked through that process and understand why they're trying to protect the community as a whole instead of just saying throw everything in the kitchen sink at it. Even in a great belief system, I still am pragmatic and cautious about what I say on camera.
Yep. I mean, at this point, I think any sort of dormant capital or even just the US dollar to me, for me personally, it's just more harmful than being in Hex. I just see opportunity
100%.
cost
100%.
going out the window.
Yeah,
for people in the chat, real quick, I'm sorry guys, just to interrupt. For people in the chat, we're not talking about gas prices at all. We're talking about just acquiring Hex, and that's it. Just in case anybody's confused out there. Go ahead, Molly. I'm sorry.
But Gary's right though too, right? Like, so why he stresses a one-on-one kind of situation and video conference and all that stuff is to make sure it's a personal thing, and you got to make sure that person is up to the task of handling that responsibly and not over leveraging themselves or find themselves in deep waters that they don't understand. Because at the end of the day, it's tough, right? Because I keep wanting to say that Hex is a speculative instrument, but to me, it's a new revolutionary.
It's not.
Like, yeah, I know,
It's not.
it's not.
It's not. It's crazy to say it, but it's really not.
It's not. It's where the future is going. None of us have a crystal ball, but the way it's designed, to me, I like to say it's like Thanos. It's just inevitable at this point. It's just at what time does it take place?
It makes me think, this is why I highlighted this comment, right? Because I agree with you. I think that is where the future is going, because people are doing their damnness to now replicate the realities of everything Richard Hart has been saying for 2+ years, right? That's all you're doing when you're trying to make a copy of Hex. That's it. And it's not going to work because guess what? They're not going to want to do every single thing that he did to make Hex what it is. And that's why the copycats are going to fail. Simple. That's why everything that's tried to copy Hex since Hex came out has failed.
Death.
Miserably, because they're going to try to omit those pieces of the puzzle that people don't like, which is why they call Hex a scam and all this other nonsense, even though we all know it's clearly not, because we got the receipts, we have the proof, we have the blockchain, we have 3,000, 4,000 plus data points proving it's not a scam, but yet they can just not provide a single one. And apparently that's okay. But, you know, we'll change that because once we're number one, they're just going to have to, shut up. And that's just going to be the end of the discussion. That's why when CoinMarketCap did what they did yesterday, it didn't faze me at all. They were irrelevant. And I made that clear.
And it didn't last very long either, right? It's like, oh, there it is. There's a little bit of truth for a split second, and it's gone.
Bye-bye. Yep. And just like that.
And to me, like, I'm perfectly okay with it because I had no desire to put their names back in my mouth or promote them or anything like that. I'd much rather just continue on with nomics.com, someone who's been 100%. Honest and giving you accurate data from the start. And that's their sole focus. So, like, so what if CoinMarketCap eventually puts this on there? Cool. You're going to see price pump. You're going to see a lot of the furus going crazy. But at the end of the day, like, we're still here to support the people that did right for us from the beginning. And they didn't even do right by us. They just had the core principles of their company.
It's called integrity, man.
They wanted accurate data displayed. It didn't really have to do anything whether or not they liked Hexicans or not. They just displayed the data accurately. And they're like, hey, Hex deserves to be number 3 right now. So even if CoinMarketCap, Johnny's lawsuit goes into effect and they end up put us up on there, like, cool, it'll be a news topic for like a day, and then after that I will still never talk to him ever. Like a day after, it'll just be right back to nomics.
Yep, completely irrelevant. 100% agree with your stance on that, because again, it's the same stance I have on everything that's happened, and not to divert on this, but just because it's important, because that's the thing, everything ties in to the quality of the product, right? And this is why we're talking about all of these things. The quality of the product is so unparalleled that the whole promise coin space is forced to act like it does not exist because it eats their lunch for breakfast.
Destroys their business model.
Entirely.
Yeah.
Entirely.
It's a threat. It's not, people get this confused. They think it's just because like Richard didn't like pay CZ or Binance to get his coins. It's not just that. It's like to do with that. Hex is literally threatening their entire way of life, business model of being a middleman, of giving yield and at the same time taxing your ass on the way in and out. And Hex literally makes them obsolete. Between Hex and having decentralized exchanges now, like Binance and these bullshit ranking sites, they're all irrelevant now. You don't need them, and they realize that. They see it coming, so they're doing everything they can to stop us, but they're only slowing it down, and then they're going to make that move that much more explosive when it does take place.
Pretty much, because I mean, it's going to happen, right?
Yep.
We see it all the time. Every time the market takes a dump or is just not doing good, what happens is that Hex takes the forefront of the crypto space, because guess what? People follow this bot. Where is it? Bot alerts. And for those of you that don't know, this is where the heat maps come from that we magically see from time to time when the whole floor is red. I'm just trying to find the most recent one. Give me a second, because I'm just doing it inefficiently. September. Is this today? Today. Okay. Yeah. So here's an example, right? This is the most recent heat map. People see this. I'm pretty sure if you're on Telegram, you probably follow this, bot alerts. So this is where this comes from. Okay. So everybody sees what's going on. Don't get it twisted and think that some coin market crap matters. They don't. Only matters to new people, and new people don't matter because odds are they're coming in with no money and can't transact on the ETH network anyway. Hate to break it to you, but it's true. So it's important we understand exactly what's going on, because otherwise we're going to stress ourselves out and just for no reason. right? Because the one thing that really bothered me the most yesterday was how everybody was just bothered by the fact that CMC was doing the same thing that they always do. Like, what are you upset about?
Oh yeah, I wasn't phased at all. I figured it was coming. And then like
I was
I
surprised.
think by the time I found out about the news, they'd already removed it. So I had to see everyone's screenshots and videos of it later because I had already missed it. I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
okay. Just go back out, go on our daily business.
that's right. Speaking of virality or pre-virality, turns out we got some pretty famous folks involved
Hell
in
yeah,
X.
he was adding a bunch of Hexicans yesterday.
Yeah.
I saw him out there super active on Twitter.
Yes.
Yeah.
For a second, I thought this was a fake account, but the further I looked, I was like, "Oh no, this guy is real. This is really DJ Lethal." Oh shit, because he follows me too. I was like,
Yeah.
"Man, okay,
For
I
real?
was like, all
Yeah,
right.
it wasn't
yeah,
just, like, validated. That's cool.
Yeah, I just got a follow
yeah,
from him the other day too. Very cool.
yeah." I had to like make sure this was a real validated account and
Now,
everything, because you know they'll fake
now
everything.
So that's
I
that's the
heard
Fred
that
Durst stuff out of Jacksonville, Florida stuff, right? 'Cause
I
you're
heard
Yeah.
Jacksonville.
Yep.
I heard some people sell their Twitters. Have we been able to confirm it's actually him? I hope it's not the case. I hope he is an actual Hexican. I think that would be absolutely sick. But I've also heard that like some celebrities do just like end up selling their Twitter, and I can see like some
Yeah,
rich
I can see
Hexican
that.
buying that.
I can see that. Yeah, that's why I'm like,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I
We'll
don't
have
know.
to.
If you
Well,
if you couldn't
you
sell them on the
have to
crypto,
realize that the stock exchange of Helsinki did sell their domain,
oh
right?
wow,
Did you know? Do you know what that means, Wells? Do you understand what that means?
yes.
So someone wealthy enough to buy HEX.com did so,
Yeah,
right?
and do you guys understand the implication of that? That means that wow, complete. So relinquishing the reins,
Right,
so to speak, right? So now whoever owns that totally controls it.
Yep.
right. And you got to realize also, your brand influence. Right now you talk about Hex during 2019, 2020, 21. Your brand influence will expand. So make sure that you understand the content that you're putting out into the world, and you become the new realm, the new reign holders as far as influence in financial markets.
Right. I mean, that should definitely be our goal, I think, as Hexicans, because we're the only ones providing any actual useful information to the space. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person that gets tweets, or messages from people being thankful for what we do. I mean, it's one thing to see it in the chat; it's another thing to get DMs about it, right? And that's what I'm talking about. Just providing useful information, man. It's not even like this is the thing that kind of kills me. It's like we're all searching in crypto for the right information, and then we're gonna sit here and act like these folks that are literally misleading a whole space on purpose are okay. No, they're not okay ever.
It
Period.
makes me sick going back and looking at last cycle and a lot of those people that I followed that actually like wasn't able to pick up on it early on.
Right. Because
And
you're being misled, you know?
it kills me. I was just like, man, how was I this stupid, right? And I just didn't have enough tools in my arsenal at the time.
That's
I
it.
didn't have enough tools
Yeah.
under my belt, didn't have enough education. And now like sitting on this other side, it's like, oh, it's just like, man, now it's just like it's obvious as the writing on the wall. But like back then I just had no idea because
Can't see it, yeah.
I was new to the space and I was just thirsty for information. I was just reaching out to everywhere and everyone that I could. And those are the prominent figures. And it turns out they didn't know jack shit. They were just getting their audiences just ripped up and fed to the meat grinder.
That's it, man. It's unfortunate but true. And this is kind of why and I talk about this often because I really want people to understand. It's not about projects or whatever. It's about integrity and the information that's being shared and presented. And that's what we don't have in this space. There is no integrity behind anything that's presented publicly. Zero.
Yep.
And this is why I don't understand. Like, what are you expecting from bad actors?
And integrity should be your most valuable asset too, because you can't buy that. You can't buy that shit back. You give that up for a moment, it's gone. Like you lost it.
It's like when you're in a relationship and with a girl and a guy, and you're a guy or a girl, right?
I was like,
Once,
girl and guy.
well,
It's like
you know what I mean?
three.
Yeah. When you're in a relationship, right? Whatever.
Out of context, brought to you by Will.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's a good one, man. But it's just like that, right? You don't think anything. You're just going from one moment to the next, and then the next thing you know, shit falls apart, and you don't know what happened. But what happened is that nobody's paying attention, and then all of a sudden you're upset, you're not happy, and oh, what happened? Well, you weren't acting in your own best interest. You weren't being integral to yourself. You were lying to yourself because you were letting your emotions get carried away by this newfound thing that you thought was cool. And this is kind of what happens when we run into, like, I remember when I first started trading futures years ago. You know, I'm just here clicking, buy and sell. I had no idea what I was doing. I was looking at a chart. I had no idea that this was up and that was down. You know what I mean? I'm just looking. You know, I wasn't paying attention to anything. We got another entrance into the stream.
what's up, Marco?
What up, bro?
Yeah. What's up, everybody?
How you doing, man?
Doing great.
See you, man.
What have I missed?
Not much. Just a lot of talking.
It's a lot of rambling.
I like
Yeah,
the
the usual
standard.
I like the Squid's only one namesake there. That's pretty cool.
All right.
The
Got a
what?
piggyback on Will's only brand.
Yeah, right. You guys are funny, man. But so what were we talking about?
Integrity.
So it's just like, yeah, it's just like when you were in a relationship, right? And all of a sudden the relationship falls apart and you don't even really see it coming. And it happens because you weren't even telling yourself the truth. You thought you liked this person, but you really didn't. And it's on both sides, right? Otherwise, you just would have never ended in the first place. And of course, there's more factors to it, but we're just talking from
time invested is a hard one to overcome, right?
Right. Yeah.
Bring
For
it back to that
relationships,
time
for a lot of
aspect.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You invest.
Well,
you invest
not
3
even.
to 5 years. I mean, it's a big part. A lot of people feel like they've invested all this time. They feel like they're losing out if they just go their separate ways, even though they know in their heart it's not a.
It's the
not
wrong.
a match.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. Because I was just gonna say, you know what, this kind of, it is true because it reminds me of people that get married to their investments.
Yeah.
The longer they hold it, the harder it is for them to let it go.
To let go.
You know, and that's common. So yeah, it applies across the board. You know, sometimes we hold on to things that we don't need to hold on to, and I think that's kind of what the message is here, right? It's not about you know, again, I was talking about this a little bit earlier. It's not about, you know, and Gary could probably talk to this too, right? In the real world, nobody cares what you own. They just care, you know, the only thing that matters is what's in your bank account. That's the only thing at the end of the day that matters. It's not whether you got it from Amazon stock or Google stock or, you know, Philips stock or, yeah, just all this shit is GameStop stock. Like, it's all nonsensical. You understand? Like, that only really exists in crypto. And I think it's important that people realize that because there's this big misunderstanding in the space that you need to have this personal investment with your capital. Now, that's the most dangerous thing you can do because what happens is that once the investment goes bad, you're not willing to pull the plug. Now, it should be obvious as to why that's bad. But let's go into detail because this does tie into the topic of the stream, which is high yield fixed income investments and why they're bad and where they're at now and where they're going in the future, which is right here into HEX because they have no choice. And if you guys have been watching me for the past 8 months, you've kind of realized that I'm not lying about anything. So grab a seat and let's get into the good meat and potatoes of what's going on here. So if you're just joining, the only thing I've really gone over so far is the different classes of fixed income investments, which really is split into 2 buckets. From a high level, you got investment grade, which if you're a pension fund or an asset manager of any type that's regulated, you are by law, right, mandated to invest in certain things. If you're running some type of fund and you have a memorandum, right, an offering memorandum for that fund, well, that offering memorandum is basically the legal contract that dictates what you're going to invest in. And this is why these entities just can't come and buy crypto, right? Like Mike Novogratz, and I talked about this before, he had to literally create a whole nother fund for it and take on capital that way because there was no other way for him to do it. And that's why, because once you're invested, right, into this pool of funds, especially if the funds are all sitting together and not being separated, right, that definitely changes the legal dynamics all the way around. So when that happens, it's even riskier for a fund manager to dabble outside of the risk parameters laid in their investment guidelines, right? And this is, again, just from an institutional perspective. From a retail perspective, there are no limitations, right? You and I can buy whatever we want, whether it's in an entity or not. What I'm talking about are regulated institutions, regulated entities that are overseen by the SEC, the Federal Reserve, the BIS, right? Central banks within their jurisdiction. Those are the entities I'm talking about. Those financial institutions, right? A public entity like I don't know, a Tesla or just any big corporation you can think of. They're not going to buy crypto as long as they don't need to. And that's something you have to understand because the normal frame of thought is generating rate of return on capital. And that's going to happen via cost of goods sold and R&D. That's it, right? Until a company realizes, like Overstock, that they can play financial engineering games, they're not going to. And that's important to understand, right? Because again, it ties into all of these risk factors or these risk elements that we talk about, right? Because it's like when we were talking about earlier about how there really is no risk in HEX. Right. I mean, when you sit there and break down all the facets of the system and how it works and the reality plus the data points, right? All of the data points and everything just lends itself to certain statements which are outlandish to make in 99% of other scenarios. And this is why, you know, when I remember when I first started doing HEX streams, they would run for hours on end. Because a lot of the things that we were, no. Remember, back then they were all more than 5 hours.
It's not 8 hours anymore. That's
yeah. We got like a 6 hour, 7 hour cutoff now. We bumped it down a little bit.
We reduced it back to a partial work day, not a full work day. I'll do you guys a favor.
Yeah, eventually you get out of that chair and you're just like in the industry. You're like, oh god.
It's like doing dips at the end of
yeah,
that
it's
shit.
just like, oh man. How long have I been here? You look at the live counter, you're like, damn, only 5.5 hours today. Okay.
Yeah. It's crazy, man, because you try to take stream. Yes. And then I hop on another stream. Yeah, I don't help myself, that's for sure. I mean, you try to break down all these concepts that are so important because who the hell is talking about high yields, anything, anywhere? Nobody in crypto is talking about this stuff. Nobody in crypto even knows this stuff is happening. And this is why they own what they own. Straight up.
Crash.
Yeah, straight up. Straight up, because you guys got to understand, I was literally looking for HEX because I understand what's happening. And I'm trying to teach you all of these things. Because the market, again and again, you got to understand, does not care what you own. The market doesn't care what you own. Let me repeat it again. The market does not care what you own. You just need to own the right thing. The market, however, doesn't care what you own. So this whole notion of owning one thing versus another, I don't know where it came from. But as a community, we need to let it go and understand that once something better than HEX comes around, you should probably motherfucking buy it. But until then, there is nothing else to buy. It's that simple of a conversation, in my opinion. And this is coming from an analytical perspective, not an opinionated one. I'm taking all of the facts that we have, all of the figures that we have, and making this call. And guess what? Have I been wrong yet?
no. I think it comes from
nobody has, though. That's the thing. When you say buy HEX, you're never wrong, and there's a reason for that, right? And I think that that's what we're all missing. It's not about me. It's just a statement. Because the product is always going to do what it's designed to do. And I think that that's the big issue that people are missing. when we're talking about Hex versus everything else. It's not about Hex versus everything else. It's about what works versus what doesn't. And I think that that's kind of like the bigger issue that the promise coin space is missing, because they're used to things just not working.
Yeah.
So you want to share your screen, Molly, or you just
yeah. A little side note, not to derail us too much, but
No.
I think
Yeah,
DJ Lethal
did,
might have been listening, so he posted a tweet to verify his account. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
I guess you know it's me. Cause who else would have all this shit and pretend to be
shit.
So awesome.
DJ Lee?
Damn.
What's up, my
That's
Hexicans?
cool.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yo, that's what's up.
DJ Lethal, Dope as
Bring it
hell,
up.
man.
So dope.
That's what's up.
So dope.
That's what's
There you
up. There you go.
That's
Hey,
such a
that's the
good,
thing.
good video,
Trust but
man.
verify, right? Just like in
There you
crypto.
go.
And there you go.
man.
There's your proof.
He gets it.
Great. Yeah.
Fred
He
Durst
gets
might have told him about it. You know, we got to find out that lineage. How'd that happen, man?
Yeah,
of course.
we do.
Yeah, it would
We
be
gotta find
interesting.
that out. Yeah, I'd definitely be interested to find out how they found out about Hex, because man, it's hard to find out about this for a very good reason.
It's spreading, man. It is spreading. I
Oh,
know,
man.
like now, this is a majority of what I do, just onboarding. It takes up like it seems like it takes up about half my day now.
But for
And,
good reason.
Yeah, and it's so cool because when you onboard someone right, you just watch it grow, right? Like I can go and follow all my close onboardees, and I just watch them, and then they have their own group of people they've onboarded, and it just spreads. It really does just gain virality.
Yes, it
via
does.
just
I
word
did
of
say
mouth.
something the other day, and it was about you can make an unlisted kind of video. I saw that Crypto Panda, right after that, he published a public one, which is like the five minutes to get into Hex kind of thing. I think a lot of us should, just sit down and put that, put the content. If you're not an editor, then put it to someone else who can edit it for you and post it out, man. It's a personal referral.
Oh shit!
Wow.
I got that.
Yep.
It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. What's up, man?
I was looking at Twitter. I guess I thought I had my DMs like hoping for anyone to DM me, but I guess I had a bunch of message requests that I didn't realize that I'd been receiving. All right, so if I've been ignoring any of you guys, my apologies.
All the women flooding his DMs.
All right.
Oops. All right, I got some people to hit up. My bad, guys.
Oh man. All right, I'm trying to find a single name issue just to look at, but I don't think we're gonna be able to.
It's funny because, like on Instagram, so, the phrase, slipping into your DMs is like, you're trying to get the attention of a pretty girl or something.
Yeah.
Slipping into the Hexican DMs is like, do I know you? Like, why are you messaging me? Like, no, I saw you like at the grocery store or whatever. Like, that's creepy. You're fucking stalking me. All that.
I'm glad I don't show my face.
It's only a matter of time for you too, Wales.
Well,
you go to any more of those events, man. It's gonna get out.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter eventually. You're right about that.
Yeah,
You're
that's
right
true.
about that. It's not. So I'm just trying to find. I'm just trying to show you guys how, even though something is issued at 100 cents on the dollar, as soon as it's sold, and you guys saw the pricing and we went over that, so I guess that's sufficient. But I just really want to show you so you can see yourself and not just take my word for it, because I really don't like that. It makes me very uncomfortable, and this is that's the main reason my streams run so long. Now let's get. You're good, man. So let me share my screen again. We're gonna get back into the nitty gritty. And let's go to, again, just what's happening, right? We're talking about high yield fixed income assets, which are gonna be 70 cents and below. Okay, low cost, high yielding, supposed to be. Okay, simple enough. Now let's go to St. Louis Fred. You guys know I live on there, even though I live in New York. So let's type in high yield. It's not doing anything.
Oh, hey, Wills. It says
Yep.
that the Fred team is hiring.
I'm
Hey,
good, bro.
You want a job?
Nah, I'm good, man.
Okay.
I think I already got a job. think I'm good.
You can scrape some more
But,
t-shirts.
well, I mean, the thing is, I don't have enough jabs for them, so they wouldn't take me anyway. So I'm good, bro. I'm good. But thank you for noticing, because I definitely didn't notice.
Yeah. Just looking out for you, man.
Yeah. No, of course, that's what Hexicans do, man. It's all good. All right, so let's see. I'm just trying to find a decent high yield index to look at. Let's go with the double Bs, because that's the highest rung of the low quality. Okay, so we're gonna look at the double B again. Double B is down here. Okay, it starts here at non-investment grade speculative. Now, as we talked about earlier, it's important to remember that when these institutions have to allocate to these poor investments, right, like negative yielding fixed income, like if you're in Germany, for example, right, like the yield curve there is negative. Actually, I don't even need to come here. Right, this is a 10-year yield for Germany, minus 36 basis points. So if you're buying a 10-year bond from the government of Deutschland, okay, Germany, they're taking 3 cents to 4 cents for every dollar that you give them, or for every $10 that you give them, excuse me. That's what this means. Because instead of it being 1% or 0, it's minus. As crazy as that might sound. Insane. Now, Marco, well, you live in the Netherlands, right? What is it, NL?
Netherlands trash, man. I
course.
constantly get messages from my bank.
There you go. Minus 0.25%.
Yeah. So what does this exactly mean? I always get a bit
negative return. You just commented about it. Yeah, I remember hearing this recently.
So what this means is,
yeah, exactly. So if you buy the bond, then you're basically just
paying them
after just every year you pay them.
You're paying them.
It's supposed to be, the framing that they're putting out there is that you're protecting your capital, even if it's negative return, versus, so it's not return on investment, it's return of investment. You know, some percent of what you put in is you're going to get back.
That's the narrative spin. That's a narrative spin for sure.
And so do you pay that or earn that after the 10 years, or is it like a yearly thing that you receive something?
So the way it works, so the way it works is no time lock, unlike Hex, right? Okay. You don't actually have to hold on to that asset. It's
just a maximum of 10 years.
Yes.
Then I guess.
It's just the maximum, and then that's it. You have to re-roll, right, if you want. But what you could see, that's the thing. This is a paper market, right? So even though you're not tied in by time, you know the market still has to pay you for the time that you've done. See, so this is why. Oh, you missed it earlier, but I went over clean price.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Versus dirty price, because you're asking the question, so you got to know. So the clean price of a bond doesn't include any cash flows, so the value is going to be different. The dirty price of a bond is going to include the accrued cash flows at a present value. So you're going to get an actual valuation versus some fake valuation that doesn't include cash flows, because you earned money while you were holding the instrument. Right? So when you actually hold this 10-year piece of paper, right, no matter what it is, where'd it go? Even if it is paying you minus 24% or minus 0.25%, when you do sell that paper, right, and you're getting these interest payments ever so often, all of that goes into that calculation. So that way, the person that's paying you doesn't pay you as much, because they're doing the calculation too. Like that's the way it works. The person that wants to buy is doing their calculation. The person that wants to sell is doing their calculation. Then they meet and find a point of agreement. Like that's how it works in the fixed income markets, because they're actually decentralized. They're not centralized. The only thing that exists is like a electronic way to make the trade at best. Otherwise, it's just all over the phone and it's settled however it's settled. I'm not going to get into the weeds. But this is basically what's going on, right?
And
So,
so-
even though this, go ahead.
And so when you hold this, let's say for 5 years, and then you want to sell it, you actually can sell it for not even your price you bought it at.
Yeah, it
Because
could be
it's
less or it
negative.
could be more. It could be
Yeah,
less
but-
or it could be more.
Yeah, okay. But because it's negative right now, it just becomes worth less, right?
Well, no. So now I get why you're confused, because this actually does have a price to it. It's not just the actual yield, right? So this is the price. So the price is above
like
100.
that. Okay, gotcha.
So you see how the price is 102.45?
Yeah.
Well, what was the yield? Minus 2.45%.
Mm-hmm.
0.245%, right? So if we're looking at the price and it's greater than, then there has to be a relationship there. You understand? 102.45. You see?
Uh-huh.
Are you catching what's happening here with this number? This is the price
Yeah.
of the actual bond versus the yield. And the yield is a negative 0.245. So that's why the price is a positive 102.45. Because the yield, when you're doing the math, once you're at 0, it can only be 100 because you're not getting any yield.
Uh-huh.
Because it can only cost 100, right? Because
Yeah.
that's like the barrier point. Like that's like where you break the barrier. That's where you break the barrier plane, right? So down here at 100, the yield is 0. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip the chart. I'm going to look for the spike down or up on that chart, because the yield is the inverse of the price here.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Netherlands government bond price, right? This is the price of the Netherlands government bond that we're looking at. What we're going to look at now is the yield, okay? And the yield is the rate that the bond pays to the holder. Okay, so it doesn't have the same whip, but as you can see, oh, here it is. Yep.
Yeah.
You see how it's 0 up here, and that's where it ripped up to?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That should be 100 when I'm looking at the price. And that's what we end up seeing down here. It's just that this market actually closes, so that's why you have this gap.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, but you see it went below 100, just like that went over 0. Go ahead.
I just don't, maybe this is dumb, but I just don't get how the price of this goes up while the yield
goes
is down. Like how?
Because that's the way it works. That's the way it works.
Why is it more expensive if your yield is negative?
Negative. Because you're paying them to hold it. That's why it costs so much.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're paying them to hold it. That's why it costs that much. You're automatically paying them to hold it as soon as you buy it. That's why the yield is presently, right? The yield is presently, and I know this is a little loopy if you've never seen it before, so don't worry. Ask all the questions you got to ask. But that's why. Now you see, now you get the relation, right? Because it's negative 0.245, but yet the price is above by $2.45.
Uh-huh.
See? So
gotcha.
You have the developed world where you can't even find yield because Markable lives in a developed world. Deutschland is developed, right? España.
I love when you say Deutschland.
That's mad funny, right? All right, look at Spain. They're hovering on going negative. And this is Spain. Spain has literally one of the worst economies in Europe and the EU. Literally one of the worst.
Mm-hmm.
And it's at 0. If reality was setting in here, it would be up here at 11.
So when an economy is bad, your bonds are high, the yield on that?
The yield should be high, correct. The yield should not be low. The reason why is because down here, the notion is risk.
Uh-huh.
So instead of the yield being low at this point in time, it should actually be high. And now the question then becomes why? Well, let's think about it. What was happening back here that made the yield high? Just remember, it's the fiat system, right? Back then, the fiat system worked normally.
I wasn't alive back then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, I find myself talking with a lot of you guys, realizing that you guys are just young, man, and I'm not even that old. I'm just
Yo,
fucking crazy.
Markable's a baby though. He's younger than
Yeah,
Brand.
yeah.
Markable's just got that Viking genetics where he's like looks like he's an ancient Viking warrior already. And he's like barely 20.
I brought it with me from my other lives, man.
You brought it with you. You brought the baggage with you.
A lot of slain
Right.
slain people in his day. Conquering
Dragons and all
shits.
kinds of stuff.
Yeah. But this is interesting, man, because no one really teaches you this shit, and
definitely not our school system.
It's
Definitely not in the
stuff.
States, anyways.
Yeah, it's important stuff. Well, even if you go to college, right? Unless you take a finance class, you're probably not going to learn this.
Dude,
Right.
I studied on the university business administration, and I learned economics and shit. But no one ever told me anything.
Nope. We're not going to talk about this. This isn't
So-
what they want you talking about.
Maybe this is a really obvious question, but why would the bonds price be high when economic is bad? Is because everyone is parking their money in bonds? No, I don't really understand the relation between that.
Interestingly enough, that should be the natural reaction. What should be happening is the opposite of what we are seeing. This is why it's important for us to understand all of these topics and concepts that I'm talking about. Because
is it because
what HEX
everyone
is-
wants to park their money in bonds because that should be safe and that's why price goes up when the economy is
No.
bad? Or am I not
No.
understanding this?
No. You're understanding the after effect. You're not understanding the how.
Yes.
How we get to this point is what I'm trying to help everybody understand. This is why I show proof. This is why I show even court cases if need be. So people can understand why the flows happen how they do, because it's about the flows. You understand? In order for a bond to be yielding 12%, that means that there has to be no demand. So they have to price the yield that high in order to call attention to the issue. In order to call attention, In order to call attention, it's like marketing basically, right?
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
So that's how this works in the legacy side, right? So once demand comes in, then yields have to automatically fall down. They have to recalibrate.
Yeah.
It's like what we see when the T-share pool increases, or the size of T-shares, or the size of the T-share pool increases, right? There's more T-shares in the system, so there's more participants, and therefore that means there's more coins staked, right? And that means that the APY is going to go down. It's the same thing here. It's just that it's not based on a pool, it's based on demand and supply, which is distinct.
Yeah.
Because there is no fixed figure, right? And this is why I can go to 0 or below, like in the case of the Netherlands.
So, okay. And then now I understand enough. So why, this is the point where you want it to go, right? Why is it so low right now where it should be so high? Like what?
Right. So this is exactly why I was elaborating on earlier, or what I wasn't elaborating on earlier when it comes to institutions and what they're legally mandated to invest in, especially if they're regulated, right? So what am I even trying to say? Well, yeah, because I know it's a lot. And this is why these streams run so long, because all of this is designed to be like this. I think it's important everybody understand that. Like, it's designed to be jacked up like this. It's not supposed to be easy to discover these things. It's their thing, right? So they want to keep it as tight to the chest as possible. So let me see. I'm trying to find something to help you answer your question. So let's see here. How do institutions allocate? Oh, let's do Y. Do institutions allocate negative yield funds? Just to see what comes up. I'm sorry, but for this to be the first thing is pretty funny. How it works? Fuck you mean how it works? It doesn't. You're giving your money away. How does that work? It doesn't. So that's ridiculous. Okay, let's see what this nonsense has here. Yeah. So okay, this is a good point that's going to help me answer your question. They are usually issued by governments and countries with low or negative interest rates and are bought by investors who want to keep money safe or avoid worse yields. I don't know what this means, but okay. But this goes back to what Gary was saying earlier, right? People are just buying to keep, like, the narrative is safety.
That's
right?
just sad.
Yes. Safety and making sure that your principal is secure.
Wow.
Right. And this is what's really happening, right? And this is important for people to understand because it's not being made up by me. It's literally right here in your face. And it's not being made up by Funding Jim either, right? Because he was the first one to said it.
So is it safer to keep your money in bonds than in bank accounts? Like, is that...
Nah, it's the same thing in this case. Because what you have to realize
because
is...
they have to invest in it.
Right.
In this hyperinflating market, it's better to have, in my opinion, crypto asset of HEX and physical things. You know, I'm still a physical person
100%.
As far as real estate, because I like real estate because governments are going to hyperinflate that too.
Yeah.
And those rents just climb. So you can lock in what your monthly cost is as long as government doesn't fail altogether and be effectively shorting the dollar, but you can always change the cost of your good or service you're delivering to the marketplace buying.
Yeah.
Correct.
I like that narrative.
Correct. And but here's a cool thing, right? When you take all of what you just said into account for Ninja, by default, markets are going to reprice in line with that narrative. And this is another reason why you want to own HEX. Because not only are you respecting your pocket by owning something that pays a high yield for real, not a paltry 3%. Like, this is the highest rung of the high yield index. So this is an indexed yield, right? So this is giving you a composite view of the highest rung of the lowest grade of investment, right, in the fixed income market, which is the equivalent for what we own, right? So the fixed income market is the legacy side equivalent of what we own with HEX. But the reality is that it actually covers both. But the money you actually want is not both. You want this money because this market is way bigger than the stock market. Fixed income, trillions upon, well, CD alone is 7 trillion. Equity markets is probably like 50 trillion alone, and that's it. Or if not 50, 15. But it's one of those two numbers. Fixed income market, there's no actual limit. And this is why owning shares matters. This is why HEX, like, I don't actually know if Richard Hart knows any of this shit. I just know this. So to me, the design and everything makes 100% sense to fit that market because that's what's going to end up happening.
I would think he studied this.
I don't know.
Would make sense.
I don't know.
He probably knows.
The share system, interestingly enough, fits, right? The share system fits because it's a bonding curved design token. Bonding curved design token implies that there's a utility for that design, and that design is going to allow you to print an infinite amount of coins for that perspective. So that's important to understand because that means that you can infinitely engage in this system theoretically based on the design parameters, right? And that's important to understand because we know that this is going to at least be around for 150 years. And this is only year 2. So we got 148 left, plus of 3 months. Now, I know it sounds crazy to think like that, but you're going to have kids. Your kids are going to have kids. So take it seriously because everybody isn't going to be able to own this. And if what I see in the future is accurate, and man, let me tell you, I'm not bragging, but damn, I've been wrong, and it's not usually, and it hasn't been good lately. For the past 20 years plus, I've been right about all of this kind of crap, big picture shit. So I'm hoping I'm right about this, because this is going to be good for us, which is going to be good for the world in turn. Because what I see is a simple fact that, you know, it's what everybody else sees, and it's that the fiat system is trashed. You know, they've trashed it. They've trashed our ability to really earn from it, right? Like, yeah, it's broken. Like, hourly wage is meager, you know, and of course the system isn't designed really for you to succeed on an hourly wage, but at the same time, when you look back, you could before. So why can't you now? So that's a function of system design, right? Everybody doesn't want to own a business, and I get that. Everybody doesn't want to deal with that. Everybody, you know, everybody doesn't want to not be a boss. You know, you got both sides of the coin. So the system has to work for both. It can't just work for one. And that's the system that we actually live in. We live in a system that actually works for one side, and that can't be okay, right? I mean, as a society, we see it. And I understand a lot of us feel powerless to do something about it, but we will be able to do something now. Right? And this is why understanding all of these topics and concepts are important. I mean, look at this, man. This is double B, which is the highest rung. Okay? The highest rung of the low grade fixed income investments, which is basically the best high yield you could attain in terms of risk. Okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to bring this down. Let's just see let's get a close look. 3.1% is the best, safest high yield investment you can get right now. There's still risk here, okay? It's not like Hex, where the risk is negative. Hold on, guys.
Wills is getting arrested again.
It's all right.
Again.
He's got to go bribe the police.
Every time I'm on stream, right?
Here's 50 hex. Get lost.
Please, go away.
Nice.
Look, it worked. They're leaving. Thank you, Mom. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Bill. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. So look, let's see. When I got into Hex, let's see, am I even showing it here? Nah, I gotta scroll out a little bit. Hell, let's just look at the time frame for Hex in general. Let's see if we can bring that up. Yeah, here we go. So on Hex's birth date, the high yield for the safest high yield fixed income investment on an indexed basis was 3.5%. Sure does. 3.5% back then, okay? Right now, we're at 3.1. With the low during this time being 3.6, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like 3.6. And then the high, 3.78. So we're talking 10x less in terms of yield.
Yeah.
Okay, and again, you don't get paid every day here. You get paid every 6 months or every quarter if you're lucky and find that type of investment that pays out quarterly. And of course, the more times you get paid, the higher your total ROI, because if you reinvest, which you typically are reinvesting, you're getting that next iteration of a payout based on that newly added capital. So the more you get paid, the higher your ROI at the end of it. Okay, so we see what the safest high yield fixed income allocation was earning us on an index basis over the Hex's existence. 3.78 as a max with 3.06 as a low. With it looks like an average of probably somewhere around here, maybe 3.3. Looks like it splits it pretty good. So that's the safest high yield. Okay? Safest high yield. Now, let's find.
And he's gone.
Oh, and there he goes. He always does this, man. When he wants to cut off his screen share, he just leaves the
hits the wrong
studio.
one.
Yeah.
I usually run that issue when I'm on my phone a lot. I do that a lot by
Yeah,
mistake.
phone.
Sorry, guys.
Welcome back, Wills.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm a moron when it comes to this stuff. Give me a second.
I know.
Oh, sorry, man. I gotta share my screen first. How about that? It's like I'm 50.
Oh, close.
All right, now let's find.
I can
Go ahead.
figure this stuff out, man. I'm 50, so yo.
Okay, it's like
if
I'm
Gary
just
could
slow.
do it, anybody
Yeah,
can, right?
I'm just bad.
If I could video edit, anybody can do it.
Yeah.
Gary could put like hex move videos on his iPhone. Anyone could do it. Damn it!
All right.
just gotta put in the time.
Well, Crypto Panda just commented, "Put more quarters in the whale machine."
That's funny.
I just did, Crypto Panda. He's back. We have another 15
We got
minutes.
another 15.
Right.
That's all you get. It's all that's in
Another
the budget.
15, and that's it. That's all you got.
When my quarters are done, he starts snoring.
Yeah, you remember that? Oh
Yeah.
man, those were the days. Wow,
That day
were
will
going
never be
so hard.
forgotten.
Yo, we were going hard back then trying to figure this shit out. Boy. Everybody really wanted to know what these t-shirts are saying.
Yeah.
I got a
And
mental image of Wales waking up off the keyboard. He's got like the imprints on his face.
Man, those are some long nights, but they were worthwhile. I'll tell you what, they were definitely worthwhile, man. I'd do it again too. Cause I mean my holdings look phenomenal. So it was time well spent. That's all I got to say. All right. So now we're looking at Triple C. And Triple C, man, you're messing with fire there. Oh, actually, let me bring up the page with the rating so you can actually relate it. You guys can see it's substantial risks and below, right? Triple C. So this stuff is basically on the verge of defaulting, basically. And that's what we're seeing down here. So everything down here, okay, on the verge of basically defaulting.
So can I ask you a real quick question? Maybe you already mentioned it probably, but
No worries.
On the numbers that you wrote, those are the cents. But what does that mean? Like real quick, like how there's 100 cents and 95, 90, 80, 70. And I get that the
I got you.
investments are better on the top, but
So 100 is a max.
Mm-hmm.
If it costs more than 100, then the yield is negative and it doesn't make sense.
Ah, like that. So they're more expensive.
Yep,
but
and they should be.
They're safer and
No, they're not safer actually.
or
No.
better yields. That's
No.
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 Keep throwing out guesses.
I don't know, man. Like,
We'll
why
get
are they
to it.
more expensive?
They're more
I'm
expensive
sorry for-
because the yield is inverted. So the math keeps going. Because the yield stops at 0 once you get to 100.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like we were looking at earlier. Let's go back to it. Right?
Yeah, sorry
Remember-
for derailing this again. But
No, it's okay. It's okay because it's important. No, because it's important everybody understand this. And if you're still not clear, then odds are somebody out there still is.
well,
clear.
maybe I
So
missed something at the beginning.
It's perfectly fine.
So it's
Okay. That's fine.
Yes.
That's perfectly
Nice.
fine.
together.
That's perfectly fine because it's important. It's important, right? So that's why I don't mind taking the time. So at the top of the barometer, right? Think of this as a thermometer.
Yep.
It can't go higher than 100. That's it. Once it goes higher than 100, then the scale inverts, and you're now talking about negative yields because how are you earning anything, right? If there's no space between what you paid and what it costs, then there can't be anything to earn.
Yeah.
Right. And fixed income investments not only are there to earn you some type of fixed income, but they will also have a cost associated with them. And that cost is a function of that price that you pay up front. Right. But that price that you pay up front is also a function of that yield. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm speaking about them concurrently. Okay. So when we're talking about 100, that means the yields can't be any better. Like 0 is the max. That's like 3.69 for us with HEX. It can't go lower than that.
Yeah.
If it goes lower than that, then the system is broken. But we know it can't go lower than that mathematically because we already know 18% of the supply is gone forever.
Mm-hmm.
So based on that, we know the system can only go as low as, let me see, because we actually can determine that. This is important to understand. So, you know, we know that 18%, right, in between this right here, the yield can never go lower than 20%. Why? Because we know that 17.8% of the supply is gone forever. Forever. So that means if you take 100 minus, right, 18 point 17, whatever, that's going to be 83. So 100 minus 83 is going to bring you right here.
Damn. I haven't even thought of that.
So yeah, exactly. Because I can't talk about everything all the time, bro. It's not going to make sense to everybody. You know what I mean? So we got to talk about these things when it's appropriate. And now's when it's appropriate. Thank you, Dragon. I appreciate the brother.
Gummy
Gummy
bears.
bears. I actually, that's like the only candy I actually like a lot. I will OD on some gummy bears. Yes, it's kind of crazy.
Gummy bears to the moon, guys.
Gummy bears to the moon. Like I'm gonna make a gummy bear coin. Who's buying?
I'm buying.
I'm sure there's a buyer.
Yeah, there's always a buyer.
Always a buyer. Just do it on Pulse Chain so we get some fees out of it.
That's it. That's it, baby. So yeah, so that means that the yield for Hex is actually never gonna go lower than 20 or 17%. Right? Like if we do 100 minus whatever was sacked, the yield can't go lower than that. 17.8% is the low. That's it. Plus 3.69.
Yeah, but 17% is sacrifice, right? So then it's minus 100 of the total supply. So then you have to go to but then you have to go to like between the 75 and 80, right? Between 4.6% and 4.9%, no?
You mean up here?
No, all the way down. You go from 100% of total supply.
Oh, no. Okay, so let me explain. Because you're looking at it backwards, right? Oh, I get what you're saying. I'm looking at it backwards. Right now we're at 10%. No, you're right. I'm thinking about it backwards because I'm thinking in fiat terms. I'm sorry. So you're right. Right now we're here.
Yeah.
So the cushion that we have takes us to here as of right now. That's basically what I'm trying to say because we're at 10%. 17% is sacked. So our cushion is from 10% to 27, basically. Right? So it's like you said, you take that 13 and it brings us all the way here. So that's the max it could go. So it can't go lower than 4.5%, basically.
Yeah.
Right? Which is at 100% capacity. Everything is staked. That's
and you have OA and stuff.
Everything. Like OA is no longer a factor. Like everything is out in the system. Everything is staked that can be staked. All of it.
So with OA, you would get to the 14-18% ish, probably, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So since the OA, right? I'm talking about everything out, 100% all in.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It takes us here above 85%. So it's going to be probably 4.5 and up.
Yeah.
But that's the maximum downside. That's it. Like our yield can't even get as low as the highest, safest ranking, junk bond on Wall Street. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah. And people don't, and I understand that I understand this, but I understand why you guys don't. And this is why I'm trying to help people like get to that point. Because, do not sell any Hex unless you have to. You will regret it. I'm promising you this shit right now, or so help me God. And I'm not even religious.
Just to clear something up real quick, Ashanti said the OA will never stake. The OA is currently staked, Ashanti, so it's not.
Yeah, they have some stake. What are they? 30% of the stake portion or 20%, something like that?
It's a lot. It's a lot. But,
is it 86%? No. I don't think they're staked as I think it's like 30% or so.
So the OA owns about 87, probably close to 88% of the supply based off Gunther's audit. last.
No, the
last
supply, the supply, I'm talking about the stake
yeah,
supply.
no, the stake percentage, it's probably
It's
at least
meager.
around 30%. I mean,
Yeah, it's not a
30%
lot.
decent, but yeah.
Well, we're talking about 30% of 60
But no,
billion.
it staked early on in the beginning, and then it realized that it was actually cutting it into people's APY into their yield,
Right.
so it stopped staking. But it doesn't mean in the future that if it wants to retain its position or rebalance the APY, it could still stake if it wants to. It's definitely within its right to do so.
Yeah.
So I would not say in the future either that it will not stake again, because it very well could.
Yeah, it has. If it finds a reason to it probably will.
All right, so we have that, and then where we were first at the 100 cents.
So
that's
why we
our
were, so now we understand why this is negative and why the price is greater than 100. Yes or no? All right, let me put the price again. This is the price of the same thing you were just looking at, and it's greater than 100. And we know that the max price can be is 100.
Yeah.
Right. So hold on a second. Okay. Okay. So this is at the point where price is, or the yield is 0. Okay. You're no longer earning anything from the instrument at 100. And that's why it now costs you to buy the instrument more than the actual value of the instrument is worth. And that's why the yield is now negative for you as a new buyer. And that's why what the yield you see is negative. Give me a second.
Yeah.
So is that making more sense now?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the because on the image that you drew on, it says then 95 and 90 is just different
different levels of the quality. Yeah, different quality, different prices for the different quality of the investment. So the lower the quality of the investment, the lower the price.
Yeah.
Okay, so up here you have the best quality investment. Down here you have the lowest quality investment.
And quality is derived from risk.
Correct.
And like a risk to yield equation.
Yeah. Correct. Actually, yes. It's that simple because that's logical, right? That's what makes sense.
Yeah, gotcha.
So in the fiat markets, government bonds are considered the safest. Interestingly enough, even though we all know they're the riskiest.
Which one? Can you repeat that?
Government bonds.
Oh yeah.
They're the safe. They're considered the safest. Shout out to Gabon.
Yeah, you have to send a message to LX.Dente. He took it upon himself to be the manager of Hex. You can send him a message.
The CEO.
No, he was the manager, and he was
the
calling the
now?
CEO. He was calling the CEO. People get it mixed up. He's not the CEO. I don't want that narrative out there.
All the angry Karens, go hit up HEX.Dente on TikTok and file all your complaints.
Send him a message, and he will right away call the CEO, and then he will get the all-time highs back up again. It's just a bug in his system. He can't get it out. So I would suggest buy and then send him a message like, "Where's my all-time high?" And then you'll get it. That's how it goes.
At this rate, it might not be far from the truth.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely seems like it's working that way. That's for sure. Man.
Also, what seems to happen is to just go to sleep, and every time you wake up, there's new all-time highs. So
yeah. I haven't even looked since 46 cents or so. So if we're back around there, then I don't know. Everything's the same for me. Nah, I haven't even looked this high. So this for me is brand new territory.
Cabana Crypto is saying, "Thank you, Mark Donalds. I'm loving it." No problem, Cabana. No problem at all.
Yeah, it was funny. The person I onboarded this morning for 10K, I thought about like waiting to see if I could get him like a little bit better of a price, and then for like a split second, and I was like, nope. And I just bought then, and then we rocketed up another like cent and a half. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much. Price is just irrelevant at this point. It really is.
Yep, it is. It really is because it just works.
Anyway, where were we? We were
trying to making sure that you guys understood why it was negatively yielding versus the price being above 100, because I know that can be confusing.
Yeah, it was, but now I understand.
Molly, you on
again. Yeah, I got
No.
you. Don't interrupt
Say-
again, Cabana, unless it's a super chat. Throw money at us or beat the streets.
Make
or
us
get on
dance.
stream.
We're 3 monkeys. Throw cash at us and we'll dance.
And then we'll entertain your questions.
Then we'll consider it.
Yeah.
Oh man, too
So
funny.
one interesting thing that we could talk about is where we stopped at some point. The yields are so low, but you said in a bad economy they should be high, and you said it's important to understand why it's that low, and we never answered that question. So
Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah,
No.
we're getting there. Yeah, because we had to divert, so it's important that we
exactly.
diverted,
Yeah.
so we understand what's about to be spoken. Because that's why I went through all of that, right?
Yeah.
So now we understand why this is a negative yield, and now we understand why we have a negative yield but a positive price relative to the yield, right? That's very important because it doesn't make sense. If something is not paying you, it should cost less, not more.
Yeah, that was my initial confusion as well. Like,
Correct. Exactly. And I told you that's the right reaction.
Yeah.
That's exactly the right reaction. Now we know why. So now we're going to uncover what's going on under the weeds a little further. So
Got
now we're
military
looking at...
flashbacks. Thank you, Wales.
Sorry.
Like instantly like jolted me back for a second there.
Yeah, because of the word, right?
Yeah, just the word fucking sent me
Yeah.
back to inspection time for a second.
Sorry, bro. There's some things you can't ever just not use anymore, you know? Still doing the knife hands and shit. Like, it's weird, bro. It's weird out here. You know how it goes. But yeah, so this is the riskiest, aka what should be paying the most in terms of yield to the market. But look at what it's paying. 7.28% as of yesterday on an index, because this is an index, okay? This is an index that's controlled and managed by these people, and it's representing triple C, and lower, right? Lower grade investments, right? And this is why we went over this at the beginning.
And when we talk about this, what kind of investments are this? Like what?
Triple C, substantial risks and worse.
Yeah, and to get kind of like an image with that, do you have an example of what that is then? What kind of investment that is?
Sure.
What are you investing in? Just something.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Just to make it relatable. What's a
kind of
crappy
like a
company
visual-
that you know? What's a crappy company that you know?
GameStop.
It's like buying GameStop. It's actually
worse.
Yeah, it's you know what? Let's look at this because they actually did issue.
Aren't they doing like a meme team up now or something like? In traditional
probably.
finance? They're probably like
Gotta get
merging
money
into a
somewhere.
super company.
I'm a pretty visual person, so if I get like something like this in my head, okay, so investing in that would be something like that, you know.
Yeah, okay, so that works. All right. Yeah, no, that's all that matters, man. All that matters is that I help you guys understand what's going on.
Yeah, you're doing great, man.
You know, because I mean, we can't even earn 10% right now if we wanted to. Like, it's going to be more than that, right? And this is in a safe, trustless environment with no intermediaries dictating whether you get paid or not at the end of your time. You determine what your rate of return is going to be because it's going to be based on what you can afford, and that's it. And I think it's very important to understand all of these factors. That's why I wanted to have this stream. Like, I couldn't not get through this day because I wanted to do it yesterday, but yesterday was so crazy I couldn't. But today it was going to happen nonetheless. Like, I literally haven't touched work for hours because it just doesn't fucking matter.
You work?
Like, yeah. I know it doesn't seem like it, but I do.
It's like why I haven't touched my taxes yet. Still,
yeah,
it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter, man.
Every day, my wife's
Getting
like,
some
have
water
you
real
done our
quick, be right
taxes
back.
yet? I'm like, yeah, eventually. Got more important stuff to do.
Yeah, when we've been talking about this a lot lately, right? Just OPSEC and everything. You know, the price of HEX is at 47 cents now, man. You know, a lot of the people showing their wallets have been around from the early days.
Yep.
You know, and we don't want any horror stories in this community. Please be
We've had some
mindful.
already. We've had some. Like, we've had people get hacked. You gotta be
Yeah,
careful, and and like Whale said, horror stories, right? Like, hacked is just the least of your worries about some of this
yeah,
stuff. Like, people will come to your damn house. Like, when this stuff is getting real, I mean, Hex will be dollars and dollars, tens of dollars, hundreds of dollars eventually, and just imagine you being known that you have a large stack, or you were dumb enough to post how many t-shirts you had back in the day. Like,
yeah.
you're
Not
a
a good
target
look.
for the rest of your life.
Yep, 100%. Because it's on video, recorded. Unless you go back and blurt it out. Molly, we have a question for you from the chat. Have you eaten yet?
Have I
Oh,
eaten yet?
ETS yet? ETS yet? Yeah, bro.
Oh, okay.
You've been gone, bro. Wrong with you?
I don't. I don't even remember what ETS stands for. Too many acronyms.
It's just your
in this
end
thing.
termination, end termination service,
I'm
like
on
your last
terminal.
day.
Yeah, I'm on terminal. My last day will be October 15th.
Yeah, you still had a way to go. Yeah. I was
Yeah,
just
so-
talking shit.
Got a little time. I mean, I consider myself out because
ETS, yeah, that's how I felt about it too. That's how I was like, he been left.
yeah, I'm out. I'm out. But
As soon as I went on terminal leave, I just did like you. I was just going. I already started my life.
I'm pretty sure
We're
they've
over
called.
50 cents,
I'm pretty sure
dude.
they've called me like.
Hey, we're
10
at
times
50
now.
cents.
Where? No, we're not.
Yeah, on mine it is.
What the hell
Maybe
you
yours
got? That I
lagging.
don't.
Markable got the golden chart somewhere. And
Wait.
as he tries to back out and find it.
Now I can't share my screen.
Yeah, right.
I'm making a screenshot right now, sending it to his Telegram.
That's really annoying.
What are you looking at?
Really annoying. Yeah, I still don't
It's
have
on
that.
Uniswap. It's on HEX.VISION. Now we wick down again to 4.7.
But I don't even have that as a high, bro. I only got 4.77.
Oh, but bro, you know that I'm a bit better at charting than you. So
Oh yeah, it did wick. It wicked up a little bit above 54 cents.
I told you. I just sent you a screenshot, Wells.
Dex Tools? All right, let me check the Dex Tools.
No, you have the same website open. The
Really?
Uniswap.hex.vision.
Yeah. What the hell? Am I not looking at the right contract?
Oh, wait. I'm still.
Yeah.
I think. Wait.
B2. Are you looking at the right one?
I'm going off what Staker's got right now.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I was looking at the V1.
V1. There we go. Okay.
Because I was
As
checking
long as it's not
the
all of
history.
us.
I never have V1 open, but.
As long as it's not all of us.
Staker's
I got a quick dopamine shot. I'm okay.
I just came back.
By the way, everyone in the chat, I just had an idea for my onboards. I have a group chat, so I don't have to explain everything constantly, where I just put everyone in, and from now on I'm going to give them mandatory streams to watch. I'm going to give them this stream just to let them understand more about economics, and if they don't watch it, I'm not going to help them anymore with anything. And I suggest you do the same with your onboards, because people need to learn, and that's how they learn, by being forced to watch these streams. So that's what I'm going to do.
2 of my onboards reach out to me about emergency instaking, and I just told them straight up. I was just like, 1, don't do it. You will regret it, guarantee. And then 2, I was like, I'm not going to tell you anything about emergency instakes. If the information's out there, if you want to go emergency instake, go find the information. But know what you're doing before you do it, because you're going to regret it. I can guarantee you. And I'm like, I'm definitely not spoon feeding you that information. You want emergency instake so bad, go find it yourself. It's out there. Shit pissed me off, actually.
That's not even hard to find. That's one of the easiest things to find.
Yeah, I was like, I definitely refuse to spoon feed you that information.
That's literally
you
one
can find that
YouTube search away. Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. Just looking to get wrecked.
Yep. Some people just can't help themselves. They just
they can't.
Their whole lives they make the wrong move. They just don't learn.
Yeah, I was like that, bro. I can relate to that.
Yeah.
You gotta realize. Yeah, exactly, bro. That's exactly right. You gotta figure out you're just not doing the right thing at some point, and just make that decision. So look, at one point, this was a couple of hours ago, I think 3 hours ago, we actually wicked up to 56.5 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And this was on Dex Tools. Let's see what a transaction looks like.
We got to be close to only 40 million left in liquidity, probably.
Let's see.
Because I know we were at like 43 million yesterday.
6, 8 is 14, so that's 44 plus 1, 45 looks like.
Oh, we're 45.
30, yeah, 31 plus 14, yeah.
42. Getting 43, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. This picks up like all of the activity. And V1 or V2 just picks up whatever trades on V2. Because if you look at the Hex Win bot on Telegram, it picks up a whole bunch of different stuff that you don't see on here. So, and Dex.Vision picks up a lot of other stuff too, like sandwich orders and MEV transactions and stuff like that you won't normally see here. And shout out to Firebun and stuff, because they always do amazing work.
So smart.
Yeah, I wish I was them. I never took the time to learn how to code, so I'm not. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, in this stage of my life, I've just deemed that skill to be. I can allocate that to my super intelligent Hexagon friends that are are already there. You know.
Yeah, I want to learn. I want to learn because I don't like being dependent. And yeah. So I'm gonna learn. Interestingly enough, before I started doing this, I was actually doing that. Until I found Hex, I was learning the code. Like I was already up to Java and stuff. I was already good with HTML, CSS, and I moved on to Java. But then I found this, and everything went to hell. So I don't remember any of that at this point. That was 9 months ago. So
it seems like with coding, though, to me, it seems like you can get pretty good, but then there's always levels to it, right? And then like you can miss something that could be very small, but could be very detrimental in code and just absolutely wreck yourself.
This was a bot. See, so here we go. This is exactly what I was talking about. So Dex Tools picks up a whole lot of all the transactions too, and this was an MEV bot. Yep. I think it's minimal extracting value or whatever. I can't remember what it's called, but this is why the price wicked up, because they had an opportunity there to buy to then sell, or at least they thought. It didn't work out that way for them. Because they swapped 610,000 and
Yo, that's nuts.
That's 100K loss.
Yeah,
90. All right.
Wow.
Damn. Oops.
Drive the price up, baby. Let's go.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. We appreciate you, man. Thank you for your service.
Gotta recalibrate that.
Welcome to my crypto. Thank you for your service.
Yo,
welcome in the hood, brother.
Yeah.
Hit him with the hollow dog.
Thanks for getting stopped out, baby. I mean, look. Ooh, I had looked at the t-shirt price.
Nah, it's almost
9,000. Oh my god, boys!
Almost over 9,000.
Over 9,000. Get the memes ready, Mark Bull. Give me some Dragon Ball Z memes. Do me proud.
I'm in shock, bro. I'm in shock.
I mean, we knew it's going there, right? But it's just,
it's
but crazy
to see it.
Dude, we already know everywhere it's probably going, but like every time you see it,
every time, yeah, it's euphoria.
So let's get annoying real quick. Let's do a little FOMO talk. And I'm sorry, but I just have to. This is just crazy. Well,
I'm going to remember. You have to explain why the yield is so low in the bet economy.
We can do that.
I'm not gonna forget. That's the whole. Okay. That's the whole point of what's next.
But like, first FOMO break.
FOMO break, yeah.
This could turn into some long breaks.
So check it out. Check it out, right? Because here's the thing. How quickly do you guys think a t-shirt will cost $1 million? Because it's clearly going there. We were at $10 a year ago, basically. We're at almost 10,000 now. I mean, that's 1,000x, man.
And it's designed to just keep
do that. Up. Yeah.
So wait, what price is Bitcoin right now? 46,000, right?
Yeah.
He said $1 million, not the price of a Bitcoin. He's
just trying to check.
Yeah, but it's just fun.
So check this out. I don't know if you know this. Maybe I told you, Molly. I don't remember, but so Bitcoin hit 30 cents after 670 days or so, and then it hit 40 cents after 2 years. Hex did both within 640 plus
Yeah.
days. Both. So
Welcome to the winning team.
pretty much.
Superior
All
product,
we
superior
do is
community.
win.
It's easy.
Oh man, it is easy, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Ran right into that wall. Good luck, Bitcoin.
$1 million t-shirt.
I tweeted yesterday or this morning that Bitcoin is kind of like an old guy that got kicked to the ground and takes ages until he gets up again. Probably just lay down. Take a break.
What's your time estimate, Wells?
I don't honestly think it's gonna take longer than the next 2 years.
Whoa.
Yeah, as crazy as that sounds. So maybe by 2024, guaranteed.
For what?
$1 million t-shirt.
t-shirt.
Oh,
I'm gonna go. I think
Dude.
I'm going further. I'm guessing like around the 8-year, maybe around the 8-year range. If I had to,
Yeah, that's why I told you guys about the little speed here, because Hex always does everything faster than we anticipate.
Right.
And this is a fair estimate. Hornet also has a fair estimate. At least in my opinion, I agree with them. We don't actually know, what the hell is gonna happen.
Yeah, mine would be
But
year
it only
8,
goes
so
up.
essentially about 6 years from here, from my guess.
But it gets multiplied by the price, so it does make sense.
It only
to do
goes
it
up
in
in the
2
terms
years.
of Hex.
Terms of Hex,
and then
yeah.
we've already seen what price appreciation's done in a short period of time.
Yeah,
Once
exactly.
those two start compounding off each other, it
Yeah,
rises
that's what I'm
quite
saying.
high.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 2 years. Yeah.
Well, and you got to think
Sounds
the
ridiculous.
10-year mark is where it's just absolutely nutty, right? When you get like these max ROI stakes coming out
We
in
haven't
the
even
10-year mark.
been there. Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
Right.
Who knows what the price of a t-shirt will be then? It'll be crazy. We'll see a giant.
Definitely above $1 million then.
Yeah. Like I think.
Oh,
I think
we're
10
definitely gonna
years
go above $1 million. Yeah,
guaranteed. It's over $1 million.
we're definitely gonna go above $1 million. Forget about it. This again. I even did a stream explaining this, and I don't think people really understood. Maybe I just didn't want to say it, but yeah, the t-shirt is definitely gonna go above $1 million. And Crypto Court, I put the link in the chat for you, bro, so you can take a look yourself. But yeah, it's definitely gonna go.
OG stakes will be like a thing of legend when like people see like a stake coming out with anything over like a couple t-shirts, like whoa, 30 t-shirts, like that's over $30 million. Like what?
Yeah, that's some crazy shit.
There's gonna be people sitting with B struggling to get like a B share, a couple of M shares. They're like, man, and then they see T shares coming out and they're like, what the fuck is that?
Right. It's crazy, right? Because again, it's designed to just go up.
Yeah.
It's literally designed to just do that. And I think
Jesus Christ, Hex.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Imagine.
Yeah, I'm more like Far Wild Aliens. I'm around that ballpark, about 5 to 7 years from here.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. I'm thinking at least 2 to 3. If not, then yeah, I'm in your 5-year camp. But it's hard to say because it's all going to be dependent on the end staking, right? Like that's the biggest determinant. And it could be a whole lot of things, right? Whole lot of things because people, especially with Pulse, right? Because Pulse is going to give people the ability to short stake, which isn't really a thing now, which is going to cause activity.
Yep, it's going to ramp up even more.
Yeah.
Hex and Pulse Chain are just going to become the black hole of crypto.
Yep, pretty much. Just like that. You seen that one meme that it's like all the green swirling in the Hex or whatever?
Yep. Oh, it was beautiful. Yeah, it was just Hex logo, green, and then just in a sea of red.
Right.
Just everything cycloning to the center of Hex. It's
Yep.
what's going to take place.
Yep. That's it. High math, Mexican. Great one. I like that. And thank you for the super chat, Jay-Z Hexing.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, man. $50 is crazy talk.
Be like you.
Yeah, hard not to like it, right? Shoot. This is crazy, man. So here we go. Here's a decent one. $1 million per hex by 2027. Now that's crazy. I'm just talking about the T-share.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Not a hex.
Stop it.
And it's the thing too. It's just like the game is T-shares. Takes people a while to realize. It's just like the amount of hex you have is
It's
really
a foreign
irrelevant.
concept.
It's just how many T-shares can you have, and how long can you hold them for?
Hold them.
Because they are deflationary. You eventually will not, even OGs will not be able to own a T-share someday. Like that's coming.
Nope. Eventually it will.
Yep.
And that's important to understand, right? This is why we talk about all these different aspects of hex, right? The amount sacrificed, the amount actually available for sale, right? What the T-share is doing, what price is doing, what the staking percentage is, like all of these different things that we're talking about, they're important.
We talked about it yesterday. I mean, with the amount of hex that's available, even Quattro Cinco stake, you still can't even become a shark and form a T-shares. There's just not enough liquid hex out in the market to become a shark. Even you can't even obtain that upper echelon of like the ranking system of T-shares because there's just not enough liquid out there for you.
Nope.
Even if you, it doesn't even matter how much money you have, right? And this is why it's so important because the Robert Kiyosaki's, the Mark Cubans, the Elon Musk, they can't even outposition a lot of you OGs and soon to be squids and turtles. Like they can't outposition you. There's not enough out there to take your spot. So what they do is they buy your bags for hundreds of X more. And you're still way further positioned along than them, and they just can't. It doesn't matter how much money they have. You're the new transference of wealth because of how the system's designed.
Literally.
Yep.
And that's why we say do not sell your hex.
Yeah. Like okay, so let's talk about this because
yes,
people kind of wanted me to talk about. You know what? First, let's get through this high yield stuff. So we can understand why.
That was enough of a teaser.
Yeah, all right. Let's get through this stuff. Welcome back, Fun and Jim. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, I'm back.
So on the date of birth of Hex, which was December 2nd, 2019. Where are you? Hold on. Just gonna get a price. So this is again the triple C, right? This is triple C, which again is the riskiest bucket of fixed income assets you can invest in, right? It starts down here, substantial risks and higher. Okay, so down here, substantial risks and higher, right? So that's what we got going on over here, okay? So let's see, December 2nd, 2019. The highest yield in the land was offering 13.15% on an index basis, okay? Present day, it's 50% less, basically, at 7 point. Oh, that's not right. It's not showing the right value. Oh, I see why. There we go. 7.28%. So almost half. From 13% to 7.25%. That's almost half. So somehow there is 50% demand for yield over this period of time that Hex has existed, to the tune that it's willing to take on this caliber of risk and earn less of a yield to the tune of 50%. So if an entity is putting up, now I need you guys to understand, and I don't think we've gone over this. So, okay, are we understanding how the yields presented in the fiat market are ridiculously piss poor to the point that it makes Hex an obvious investment and you're like a moron if you don't see that?
Yep.
I mean, I'm talking about the riskiest nexuses of the market are only yielding less than Hex does on a bad day.
It just shows you how broken the system is. People are looking for this yield, and it doesn't exist in traditional finance anymore, even at the riskiest levels. So this is how that process of transferring into a new asset class like crypto takes place, because these companies, they can't even find a yield that's close to Hex, and they're having to put so much more on the table at risk just to obtain mediocre rates. Like it's only a matter of time before they find Hex and they go all in. Like this is how this transference takes place.
Yeah, for sure. Because the whole thing is people need to live, people need to survive. Capital goes to where it's treated best by default. It always has, always will, right? And this is why Funny Jim is so pertinent to the community in a lot of ways, because he's going to be the main point of contact for a lot of people that are going to figure out that they do have to have something physical in their back pocket as well as digital. It can't just be all digital. You have to have some form of representation in the fiat side of things, so you're not selling your crypto all the time, because you have to try to find a way to negate that, right? Because look at what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with nothing on the other side. I mean, in order to get anything double digits, I mean, you got to know what you're doing, and it has to be your capital, and it has to be everything you, because the market isn't giving it to you.
And you know what that also does? That consumes all your time as well. You
Yeah.
have to be so focused and so tuned in, like that consumes your time,
Yeah.
not only just your assets and everything else. It consumes everything about you.
Yeah, so
Whereas
some of
something
the
like Hex,
like
you can stake and forget it and crush the yields in traditional finance.
initially the property play is individual properties, but I'm working on syndicate deals with these different groups. And syndicate deals are things where you can put 20 million in as far as your capital, and you get 80 million worth of property purchase. The syndicate deal, of course, at that kind of scale, you have property management. You basically you're paying out staff, but you're not directly responsible. So I like syndicate deals now, and I'm looking at those as a tangible contractual ownership of something that throws off the cash that you live your lifestyle on, instead of selling down your asset base. You know, you always have hedges, even if there is a financial collapse of some sort in the future or a hyperinflation event. You have different tiers of assets that you can sell off, because people never sell what they want to sell. They sell what they have to sell in any property,
or what they have to, or not even what they have to sell, but what they have to sell, right? Like that's literally why they own it.
Right. Absolutely. So I like having those different tiers. Even though I'm not over invested, I try to pull the capital back out once it's cash purchased, show ROI, show where banks are happy enough, and then basically have a contract with entity to give me the capital now that I restake into HEX. That's my plan, personally.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good plan. And here's the thing, right? Your strategy is great because syndicate deals allow you to do just what you said, which is why we own HEX. It gives you your time back, right? So why wouldn't you want to be involved in something like that? It kind of, right? I mean, it even frees you up to do other things. And not only are you like, it's like replicating what HEX does for you already. Like, that's kind of like the message I'm trying to ring. Like, I have the same plan, right? Like when my first stakes end, it's probably, I don't know if it's going to be a lot of money or not because they were really small, but they're bigger now to the point where I'm like, wow, okay, I need to start thinking about this because this could 100x and be worth something for real that is going to allow me to do something in a year or two that I just wasn't expecting. So I better get ready now. And that's why we're having these kinds of conversations. And that's why today's topic is so important, right? We're talking about what actually exists in the legacy markets, how to treat what you own that spits out 40 to 12%, 12 to 40% by itself without trying. Okay, it's just what it does, right? And that's why it's important to understand this, all these topics and these things. Like, this is supposed to be paying you double-digit yields, but instead you're getting single digits. I mean, at one time it was even 20%, right? And this was back in 2011, but they couldn't let that last for too long, so they had to crush that, right? I mean, this is, when you look at these indices and how long these markets have been around, it's kind of funny when you only see a portion of it, because this market specifically has been around since at least mid 80s, early 80s, if I remember correctly. So, the fact that they only go to the mid 90s is kind of disrespectful. It says a whole lot, right? Because the yields used to be much higher back then, and this is why they're hiding it. So this is why it's important to never go just to one place for your information. Never. Because you're gonna get, lied to. It's just they have the tools and resources to make it happen, and that's why you can't believe everything that is out there. You got to really do your due diligence, because think about it. A lot of people just got lucky and found HEX. I'm here telling you, you need to never sell it. It's a completely different conversation, and I'm showing you why in a million different ways. and none of it is false. And this is the crazy thing. Like, what out here is giving you 37%?
Nothing.
Nothing. Like, you know, Gary, could you talk about like what the average, like, let's say you put in $1 million right into a syndicated deal, or what's your average rate of return from a syndicated deal? That's the basic question. It doesn't matter what you put in, just what's your average rate of return?
So if I pull the capital back out and redeploy it, that's different. If you're saying it's completely sunk cost into, $1 million property is $1 million, and you never reaccess its equity, is that what you're saying? Just the ROI?
No. I mean just the ROI on a syndicated deal, just like you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, you're not going to have amazing ROI. You're going to have 7% or so on the property itself.
Exactly.
After management costs, after everything, if it's a stellar property in a great location, people want to live, with 100 to 500 other people. So we're talking apartment complexes and things like that in major cities. Right. So 7% would be a great cap rate. 7% amazing.
Yeah, exactly. That's amazing. Say it again.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I mean, you can look at other places. They're like fixed income or whatever. You're gonna have all kinds of the problems that deal with the tenant base. But if you're dealing with like places, like in Miami, Brickell is where people want to live, and they pay through the nose to live there. But it's also a high cap rate kind of place going to buy property itself.
Right. So people are probably wondering what the hell is a cap rate. So let me tell them. Cap rate is capitalization rate, which is a measure used to compare different real estate investments. Right. So what is that? Like mathematically, what does it mean? So it's just the net operating income, right, relative to that market value. Right. So if the market generates, let's say 100 a year, and it costs you $1 million, then the cap rate is 10%. Simple as that. So we're talking about 7% being phenomenal. I hope that was clear. 7% being phenomenal.
Phenomenal, exceptional, rare to find. Your 3% is more
average.
Yeah.
Yep.
3% is average?
In New York, 5% is like, what? I need to buy that shit yesterday. You can't even find that in New York anymore.
Yeah, at that point, you're just keeping up with inflation pretty much.
At that point, it's a hole in the ground, bro.
Like,
not even, actually.
Probably not even. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't even know. You're probably not even a hole in the ground.
Wasn't inflation in the US not 5% or something?
Oh, it's higher than that, man. Never believe the numbers. It's usually 2 to 3 times higher,
There's ways to skew it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So check this out. And we'll talk about this because it's relevant. So we have an understanding of what's existing in the real world in terms of you. Okay, if you're not really clear on what we're talking about, please let me know in the chat because I really want everyone to understand this. This is important. Please let me know if you understand that in the fiat market, there's really not much yield to be had. Like, you have to really understand what you're doing in the business that you're doing it in. Now, we're talking about deploying capital here, not operating an actual business, which is different. So earning 10% on your capital without doing much is hard, almost impossible. Hex does that by default, and it's actually like 12%, but I'm being generous and I'll say 10. Okay, so hard to do. Important to understand. Okay, so APY here regularly 37.55%, 37, 38, whatever, right? It's up there. That's what we're getting all the time, and that's because this is how the yield works. Okay, it's all about the story and connecting all the dots cohesively, right? Like, if you go from A to B to Z, what is actually happening along the way? Does it make sense, right? Because it's very easy to say, yeah, 30% yield makes sense. Why doesn't it pay 40? Well, here's why. The why is important. How is important, right? This is why we ask these logical questions. Well, if this number is saying this, what about that? Like the liquidity, right? People don't actually understand how many T-shares are left. If they did, it'd be a different world. But they don't actually understand. And that's so much alpha, I'm not even going to talk about that publicly. But trust me, we could very easily see $10 before the end of the year. Yet and still. With only about, what, 90 days left in the year? As crazy as that sounds. Because there's just not a lot of supply out there for what this does. You have to remember, this is an economic system. Hex is an economic system, right? Hold on, I think I got a t-shirt question here. No, it's just an explanation. So there's not a lot out there right now. Well, hell, there's even less out there now because one costs $8,700. $8,700 just to get one t-shirt.
Yep.
That's funny. Wow. So we got some breaking news, and this is relevant because it's a breach of your Fourth Amendment rights. You know what? I'm not even going to say anything because it's not even actually happening. So moving on. I'll get loud about it when I need to. Anyway, so we understand the staking and how it works in Hex, okay? We understand that the lowest we can go is basically 4.5%, right in here in between 80 and 85, because 17.8% of that is gone forever, right? Plus whatever the OA holds, right? But we're assuming OA let it all go.
Worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario, okay? So worst case scenario is 4.85. Got it. Check. So we know negative yielding bonds, the narrative is to keep your money safe or to avoid more negative yielding bonds, apparently. Like, okay, whatever you say, bro. Yeah, like whatever you say. So sure, we're not even gonna go over this. Let's just get the hell out of here. So next thing I want you guys to understand is size of these things, because that's important, right? It's important to understand how fucking rich you're about to be. Like, this is what we're about to talk about right now, okay? Because this shit is crazy. Now let's try to find, what is this? August. Okay. See if they got anything good here. Let's see. I just want to show you guys like the size of this market. Just the size. Okay, so primary market activity for this most recent quarter. Oh, this is investment grade. Never mind. Okay, they don't talk about that here. Okay, so for the month of September, apparently, there's an expectation of 40 to 50 billion of new issuances this month alone. 40 to 50 billion. 1 month. That's dollars. Okay. Now let me paint this future picture for you. It's 2010, or it's 10 years from now, 2030.
2010.
Yeah, whatever, right? You just had some crazy 10-year stake it out.
Really rich if it was 2010. We got some good foresight.
Imagine. Oh, man.
It's just a few years until Hex drops.
Right. Need to get all this Bitcoin now and free
be the
claim all
richest
that
person
shit.
on planet Earth.
Oh man, that's a hell of a trade. If you're one of those people out there that we don't know exist, and you went from Bitcoin to Hex, and you don't even have to talk, congratulations, salute. Yo, that's crazy.
They're out there too.
They're out there. That's what I was about to say. Yeah, they're out there. I know they're out there. Seen them. I've seen them.
To feed myself.
Yeah. So now we're talking about 1 month of issuance being 40 to 50 billion. Okay. For just this month alone. Okay. Now I'm just gonna try to find some more. Here we go. Because I just want you guys to see what the size. Like, I just want you to understand the potential. Because to me, this is easy. I just know this, right? And I just want you guys to realize that you need to treat these hex more important than, like, treat it better than yourself. In all honesty.
A lot better than yourself.
Yeah,
most of you guys treat yourselves like shit.
Yeah, I know I do. This is why I'm being honest about it. I know I do.
Some degree or another.
Yeah, I know I do. So I'm being honest about it. And we just got to come to terms with the reality. You know, like, this is what's happening. This is what's happening for real. So let me just find what I'm looking for, because I know it's in here somewhere. What am I doing?
Real quick,
yeah,
people in the chat, stop telling other people for how much you staked and how many t-shirts you got. Just stop it. No one cares.
I mean, like, at this point, I don't know if
I
that
get
message
it.
is going to get through.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm talking to a wall at this point.
Just don't, man. You just heard us talk about how much t-shirts is going to be worth, and you're just putting it in chat. Like, what?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Just don't learn.
Yeah.
I just want to say it again.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, it's what we're saying, bro, because it's serious. I've been saying it. I've been saying this is like 1.5 cents at least.
Well, you know the frustrating part. It's not just putting yourself at risk, right? Like, you put your family and loved ones at risk.
Everybody,
like
whoever's connected to you.
This is ungodly amount of money. Like, it's not just you; it's the people that are around you that you care about. Like, you're putting them at risk too. So stop being selfish and just throwing that shit out there because you think it's cool. Like, it's definitely not.
It's not.
It's definitely not. And a lot of people that sit there and are anon, or they think they're anon, and they continue to throw that stuff out there. You don't think there's smart enough people out there to find you?
You're not anon. You're not anon on the internet.
There are people that created Bitcoin. They are able to find you. Probably.
Well, you got to understand, man. Given enough incentive, nothing is impossible, period. Right. Okay? Like, get your mind right.
Yeah.
You're out here showing 8 figures, you're out your motherfucking mind.
Back to Will's University.
Yeah, well, this is part of it.
Yeah, it's a key part of it.
This is a key part of it, because if you want to understand what I'm saying and actually keep it, you need to understand this shit here. It's very important.
Yeah.
You know, Fun and Jim, he was a part of the group of people that handle some serious business. He can explain to you that what I'm saying is true. There is no limit to what somebody will do to track you down if the incentives are high enough or right enough. 0.
Yep.
So listen up. It's not
a game.
Yeah, it's not a game. This isn't even, I'm not your parent. This isn't a lecture. Like, this is real life. So take it seriously, because this is the one that you're living. So try to enjoy it if you can. Yeah.
You only get one.
You only get one. So try to enjoy it if you can. And be smart about it, right? Because, you know, your life is a series of decisions that you make, right? It's a function of that. And it took me a while to figure that out, but it's true. You know, you got to make the right decisions, and that's important, because that does affect everything that happens to you over time. Because your decisions, right, they're going to be a function of what you allow to occur. And that's why some people's lives suck and some don't, because some people allow crap and some don't. And that's real talk. So, you know, don't sell yourself short. Want more for yourself, do more, and that's in line with that, right? And that involves respecting your OPSEC, right? Understanding all these topics we're talking about, taking these items seriously, because you're about to be rich as fuck. If you want to stay that way, you got to listen to these things we're talking about, understand them, take them seriously, because if not, it could cost you. It could cost you everything. You know, I've dedicated my life to understanding exactly all the things that I'm explaining. Exactly. And if I was wrong, I'm sure somebody would have called me out by now. So listen up, because it's not a joke. This is very real. We're talking about billions of dollars in your hand right now, in your little iPhone, Android phone, whatever. Literally billions of dollars sitting in there right now, and you don't have a clue. Just because you're not knowledgeable enough to have a clue. And I'm trying to take you to that point so that you make the right decisions, because guess what? It's not just about you anymore.
I just saw Crypto 303's comment. He's like, Markable is lucky enough to have a body double he can sacrifice.
I told him
Jesus
that's dark,
Christ,
man.
Crypto 303. My God.
he then said it's a Black Mirror scenario.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I've never watched more than one. I saw one episode of that, and that was it. I can't do it anymore.
I had a hard time getting over. I think it was the first episode, the politician and the pig or whatever.
Yeah.
I was just like, yeah, I'm good. But evidently, there's some pretty wild
Oh,
episodes.
dude, they're great, man.
Yeah,
Love them.
Yeah, I couldn't get into it. Yeah, I couldn't really get into it like that. But yeah, so we're talking about. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, I just wanted to say, let's continue.
Oh, well, we were going to continue. Right.
I'll wait a bit.
That's
Maybe
why
if I get
Markable
some
was
more-
secretly losing weight. He had to match up a little bit better with his brother.
Maybe if I can get some more pills for sacrificing him, I might. We'll see.
Man. That is too funny, bro. That is too funny. Okay, so for the first quarter of 2021, which is 2 quarters ago, so the January through March of 2021, you saw a record issuance of $149 billion in high yield bonds being issued. All right, this is relative to the previous record set in Q2 of 2020. Now, what happened in Q2 of 2020, might you ask, that caused that spike to record issuance levels that allowed these, and allowed is a key word here, allowed these entities to borrow 139 billion of the crappiest paper in the market. I already showed you it's the crappiest paper in the market. It's right here. Substantial risks and below. Crappiest paper in the market. Not my words for it, their words. So how in the hell does a set of the worst companies in the market able to raise $139 billion during 2020, during the worst period in our present history for a company? So many businesses went bust during that time because they started the lockdowns and all that stuff, right? Because Q1 is January through March, Q2 is March through June, Q3 is July through September, then September through December. It's Q4. So Q2 2020, at the end of that, so you had March through June, one of the worst economic periods in all of American history. Hands down. Everything was stopped. Everything was taken to a standstill. Right? So there was nothing going on. So where the hell did all this money come from? Interesting, no? These are the types of things, bro, that are going to set this community apart from the rest of the world. Understanding these basic concepts of what is going on in the legacy fiat markets, right? It's imperative, because this is what's going to set your pocket apart from everybody else's. While these chumps over here riding pump and dumps for a few X's, we don't even have numbers for what we're about to do. They don't exist. We're going to be talking in suffixes and prefixes and X's. How many X's do you do? Like, that's how we're going to be talking. Like, oh, this many giga X's. Like, we don't even know how we're going to be talking about the gains we're going to make in the future, because people don't understand the things that Hexicans do understand. That's a competitive edge that we have over the entire world. You're welcome. Because it's going to take you to the point where 139 billion is nothing for you. Because this is just 1/4 of interest. You're going to own something that could potentially be worth $1 billion in the future. because a T-share pays. That's what a T-share does. Now, we're talking about a T-share like that's the only thing that matters, when in reality, it's not just a T-share. Common misconception. The T-share is just a numerical representation of what you're holding. All of the shares matter because the system is designed in that way. Unit bias. Okay? It's crazy. I know. Contain yourself. But this number came at the worst economic period in history because capital needs yield. That's number one. Number two, we know the Fed was backing some of this shit. But yet and still, this year, it hit a record high again. And that's not the case this time. So that does lend my theory some credence, which we already all know. Now we're talking about 149 billion for 1 quarter. Multiply that by 4, that's 600 billion. You multiply that over 10 years, that's 6 trillion. Now that's just the size of a little market, a little segment of this market.
Mm-hmm.
Something to think about. Now, let me see if I can find how big. Oh, I think that's
There was this website that visualized it beautifully, but I can't remember.
yeah, I'm trying to find oh no, I got the wrong word here. I'm trying to find how big the fixed income market is because, and like, here's the thing about HEX. It's a perfect tool for the fixed income market. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Right? But it's also pumps, baby. Like, it's unlike the fixed income market in that it pumps like crazy. So it's serious. We were riding what's the best description for this? Because I mean, I really want people to understand how serious this is. Like, they need to really be careful when they're selling their HEX. That's the message, right? Because I haven't even gotten to the craziest FOMO part yet. That's the thing. I'm really trying to help you guys understand how serious this is going to be. Because every share counts. Every share counts, seriously.
Should I get my FOMO pants now?
You might want to get the pack of FOMO diapers, sir.
Ah, the diapers. Okay, I'll be right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll put on my diapers.
You know what? Just go to a catheter. Fuck it. Catheter and was it clamosity or I can't say the word. That bag, you can have a little bag.
Oh, the coloscopy bag or whatever.
Yeah,
coloscopy. I can't say the word.
I can't say the word. You know what I mean.
You know what I mean. Yeah, I can't say the word. But you
never have to get up from a stream ever again.
Exactly. Just keep living.
Just keep doing your thing.
Just keep living, baby. Let's see if it's gonna not give me this data anymore. Because I know there's been some changes to what they allow people to see.
Quick shout out to everyone in the chat. This is a much better way to spend your evening or your day than watching Netflix.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
So anytime someone's not watching Netflix, good on you.
Yeah, I don't.
So
really,
many people are wasting their time on shit, man.
Yeah.
So everyone that's watching, well done. Pat yourself on the back.
Let's look at this. See what we got here. Okay. Let's see what this gives us. Last year, I don't want last year. Last year.
'Cause I don't know, like I'm in a different age group, but the people from my age, they just smoke weed and do nothing. It's just great
I don't
to
really
have.
know what young people do anymore.
It's just a great thing to have a group like this where we can just talk serious shit and actually improve our lives and improve this fucking world.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have something like this when I was younger. I probably wouldn't be where I am now. Probably better off, but it's all good. So let's see.
You're here now.
Stock, yeah, exactly. I'm not mad. The U.S. stock market is the largest in the world, nearly 3.5 times the next largest, China. and represents about 41% of the 100 trillion in market cap of equities around the globe. So as we all know, market cap for crypto is not the same thing as market cap for a stock. So let's go over that. Market capitalization, because it's while it's the same formula, okay, it's a little different in terms of what the implications are. And this is why we're going over it. Because this is not crypto. This is like real shit, right? At least real shit as far as we know it to be. So market capitalization, blah, 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 blah. Value of a publicly traded company's outstanding shares, okay, which is the same as the circulating shares or circulating coins. Okay, so just to relate to Hex. Okay, so it's going to be that times the share price, right? That times the share, just like it is for Hex. Okay, coins multiplied by the price of the coins. Okay, now sounds the same. Implications a little different because it actually has a purpose. It has a use, right? Unlike in the crypto market where it's irrelevant entirely, here it has a use for valuation purposes, but it's a strict use. It's not like it's thrown around and it matters. It doesn't. It only matters in as so far as the capital structure goes, but that's because it's tied to the valuation of the company. So it's a little different, right? There's no way to value a crypto. So that doesn't realistically make sense, right? It doesn't inherently make sense anyway. The only thing you could try to do is create a model. Go ahead, Mark.
Oh, it's just been copied over from the old system to the new, and now it doesn't really work.
Yeah, that's
and
all.
That's why everyone's believing in it, and we're gonna crush their beliefs.
Correct.
Hard.
I don't know if any of you guys were around first Bitcoin days, but there was no such thing as market cap because it didn't make sense. Still doesn't.
It's just a normal way of humans trying to make sense of it all.
Quantify something. Yeah, I get it. But my point is it shouldn't be treated the same.
Nope.
Because if you look here, I'm sorry, you have something called enterprise value. What's that? Well, very simply, again, it relates to the capital structure of a company and what its valuation is. So the enterprise value is merely the market capitalization of the company minus the debt and outstanding debts, anything related to that. Let's see if it tells you here. Market capitalization, but also short-term and long-term debt, as well as any cash on the company balance sheet. So it's a comprehensive calculation, right? So you would take the market cap and add the net debt, whether positive or negative, plus any cash on the balance sheet. And that's the enterprise value. And that number is used for stuff. But we have to understand that the market value or the market cap, again, is a function of the capital structure of the company. Now, what the hell is capital structure? Well, capital structure very simply is how is the company funded? Is it just stocks or is it just bonds or is it both? And that's what that question is, capital structure. So as it says here, capital structure in corporate finance is the mix of various forms of external funds known as capital. Hold on, guys.
Wills is going to buy the whole police force and then just
he's got to buy the Bronx.
smash all the sirens. Oh, that's fine as well. Just buy both.
Yeah, buy both. I think the police force comes with the Bronx when you get it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, package deal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does.
Package deal.
Too funny, man. So capital structure, right? It consists of a shareholder's equity, debt, and preferred stock, and is detailed on the company's balance sheet. So again, it's just how the company is funded. That's all capital structure is. And they make it sound so difficult, right? Like it's some Chinese, and it's not. It's just some basic ass stuff. But this is why it's important to understand. You have to know at least how one game on this plane is played.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't know how one game is played, you can't figure out any other game. Because you don't have to know everything, but you have to know something. That, I guarantee you, is a fact. You don't got to know everything, but you got to know something. When the gym had to bounce, I didn't even notice because I was too busy yapping. But so now we know what capital structure is and how it relates to market cap. Okay, so now we know why we can take this number and figure out what 41% of it is, because we now know that it does matter for our purposes, because we're trying to ascertain size here, potential size. Because what you guys got to understand is that Hex can function just like a stock could. Why not? You can buy it and sell it. You can't short it, but you can buy and sell it.
At some point you will be able to short it. It's gonna be beautiful.
Sure. It is for us, as we understand it. All right. So, okay, let's do this math. All right, just to do, because here's the thing. This is what I see. Because what I see is a combination of both buckets entering in this one. Why not? Because everybody can use some yield, even if they're trying to get capital gains. Pretty straightforward. So this gives us 45 trillion. 45 trillion. Okay, got it. Check. So this is for the U.S. stock market alone. Not talking about anything else. Okay. See if we can get. Nope. Nope. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to get. See if this gives us some. Oh no, it's probably not gonna give us some market size. All right, this is not working. Size of fixed income market by itself. Let's see. Yeah, here's the thing. Like I told you guys earlier, the fixed income market is decentralized, so you can't really pretend to find everything in one place. And having good access to that data actually costs money. It's not like stocks where it's just free 99, because that's not actually worth anything. And that again just lends itself to that saying that we all know and love: everything that's free isn't always worth what you get or what you pay for, right? You get what you pay for, basically. Let me see here. Okay, it's not giving me anything that I want to see. So I'm just trying to find the dollar valuation here. Let's see. See if this gives us. Let's see. Man, this is annoying. Nope, nothing here. Okay, that's great.
Who else are you going to find on the internet that just goes on stream and just does the research for you? Like what? Like everyone always comes with slides and all that, right? Will's just thinks of ideas and then he's like,
And
"Yeah, let's figure it out." Like that's amazing to
It's
me.
how it
Man.
should be,
You
though,
never find that. You never find that. Everyone's always with that, with like the highly curated talk and all that. This is so much better.
I actually don't like that. I feel like this is so much better.
Real.
Yeah,
Exactly, because
shout
it's
out
real.
to Will's Only.
And it shows you that like you can do it
Squid
yourself.
Only team.
Yes, that's what I want to show, actually.
You can do it yourself.
Go ahead, Marco. Oh man, I mean, but it's true though, right? Like anybody can do what I'm doing. It clearly doesn't take some genius, and that's why I'm doing it. That's why I take the time. I know it's a little boring, a little tedious, but the point is, if you want to do it, you can. Let's just see.
I just made this stream mandatory for all the people that I know. I just already sent the link. Some of them are already watching.
It's good stuff
As
to
they
know,
should.
man. It's good stuff to know. All right, so here we go. We should get some good data here. So let's see. I just want to make sure. You know what? Let's look at this one. This is really the one I want. I don't really care about government bonds. So let's look at U.S. summaries. Oh, this is for last year and December 2020. Total debt securities. So this isn't even gonna account for everything, but it's saying 47 trillion. I think. Yeah, 47 trillion.
And what exactly are debt securities?
It's fixed
What?
income. Anything that
Okay.
pays a yield. Yeah,
Okay.
anything that pays a yield. Yeah. But it's covering all the sectors. By residence, sector of issuer, amounts outstanding as of the end of 2020, December 2020, in billions of dollars. So it's giving you the total here, the type of businesses, right? Whether they're financial, non-financial, or government. And here it breaks it out to whether it's domestic or international, but we don't care about that. We only care about the total number, which for our purposes is 447 trillion apparently, which I think it's higher, but we'll take it. So we got 45.1 trillion plus 47.2. We're talking about $90 trillion of value that have a home here. Because this is what they're all actually searching for, believe it or not.
That's not even all, right? Is it?
Nah, that's not all of it. That's just what we can account for.
Yeah.
That's just what we can account for with the little search that I'm doing. You know, let's see if we can find anything else. Because that's for last year. See what this. Oh, hold on. Let me. Oh, this is for past year. Okay. See what this gives us. Not anything useful, it looks like, which is no surprise because these fuckers are money hungry. I mean, the subscription of these people costs you 40 G's a year, period. So,
Gross.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, legacy market is pretty sick, bro. Like, people have no idea. It's pretty crazy, man. It's very disgusting. So this is 29 trillion that's being accounted for here. And this is 13,000 issuances. I'm just trying to see if it gives us a breakout. Nope. See if the fact sheet gives us this. So this is the U.S. Aggregate Bond Index. And this is just going to cover all kinds of issuances. It's not going to be anything, particular to any one thing. So this is just a number, right? So what is it? It's designed to measure the performance of publicly issued U.S. dollar denominated investment grade debt. So this isn't even tracking what I'm looking for. This is just one thing. And that one thing is accounting for 29 trillion and how they're tracking it. And it's constructed from all of these different markets that they track already. So U.S. Treasury bonds, U.S. agency. Now this is all just financial lingo. It doesn't matter. The point that matters is that it's covering a whole bunch of stuff. Then here we go. Market value outstanding, 28 trillion, 29 trillion. And this is the issuance, the par value. Right? And look at how close the par value is to zero. And look at how close they are. But notice that this is less than that. But when you were looking at this, it was negative. And it was over 100.
Yeah.
Whereas this is not. Right? If you look at it on a price basis, the yield that it's valued at here is less than the current price. Right? Which means you're actually earning less in yield. Right? Which is what you're seeing here. That's why this number is less than this number. So it's actually a bad trade at this point in time because you're paying more than you should. That's what that means. It's overvalued. So, all right. The whole thing I want to look at there anyway, which is the 29 trillion, which we got. And this is just for investment grade. Now, here's the future that I see. because I understand how these suckers work. You have the yield. You own the yield. You own the shares. There will come a time when we can encapsulate these shares.
Oh yeah, that's.
And
Oh fuck, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Firebun's already got the code. HEX.Bay's already done it.
so,
It's out there.
long story short, you're going to be able to use your shares to create a yield, an additional yield scenario for yourself because you own those shares and they pay out. So imagine an instance in which an entity wants to issue bonds, but they don't have a way to raise capital. Well, guess who has capital just sitting there dormantly stored for 15 years? Take a wild guess.
Bruh.
Do you smell what the rock is cooking?
Dude.
Sell at your own risk, folks.
Oh yeah. Okay.
This is why I went through all of that, just to show you guys and try to help you guys understand what the implications are here. There is no yield to be had out there. These companies, if they want to exist, they're going to have to find sources of capital. That could be you or it could not be you. Do you really want to sell your HEX now? Right? Like, that's a question you got to think about. Because this is a new market. This is why I keep talking about 2 trillion, 2 trillion, 2 trillion. We're talking about 2 trillion. I've given you oh shit. Here we go, baby. Woo!
Here we go.
Yeah. Here we go.
What
This
is
is
it
what I'm
total
looking for.
outstanding? 128. What is it?
Trillion, sorry.
It's
Global.
trillion TN.
This is global.
All right. Global bond market, 128. Huh. I was thinking I thought it was higher, actually.
Really? No, no. I mean, it might be higher now.
Yeah.
It's been a year.
128 trillion. I barely have a visual depiction of what a million is.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And that's what's crazy. That's why it's so hard for people to wrap their head around this shit.
Yeah, it's like at some point people just turn off. Like,
yeah, I get it. Because it took me a while really to wrap my head around it too. So I understand.
Yeah, for me as well. Sometimes I just turn off. I'm like, wait, what? And you have to look at it again and again and again, and then you start to see it a little bit.
As often as it takes, bro. You got to be honest with yourself. That's why I was asking you guys, like, yo, if you don't get it, let me know. Because I want you guys to really honestly understand this. To me, it's important. My objective here is for Hexicans to understand what they own. That's all. That's been my mission since I started streaming. Because even back then, I understood that people just didn't see it. They didn't see it. And that's the whole objective of my streams, is to explain the big world view to you guys. So you guys can understand what the fuck is going on out here. Now let's get to the cherry on top.
That chart, dude. When you posted that, I was like, what is that?
Which chart? Which chart, Markable?
The chart that you're showing now. Figure one.
Yep. So check this out. 85% of high yield bonds have a negative real yield. Okay, what's a real yield? That should be the question that comes up. And I've talked about this before, but of course you guys don't do this every day, so I have the definition readily available.
Yield minus inflation?
Yes, sir. It is the nominal interest rate, which is the rate promised to you, right, when you invest in something. Let's look at a US 10-year note.
Mm-hmm. Man, it feels like I'm back at school, but better.
It is better. So a 10-year yield is 1.29%.
Yeah.
Right. So when we come back and look at what we were
that's
getting,
a lot higher than in the Netherlands. Then.
Yes. Yes.
Interesting.
So that's the nominal yield, right? The nominal yield is at 1.29%.
Yeah.
The inflation rate, expected or actual, whatever you want to use, we all know is double digits.
Yeah. Probably.
So, not probably, it is, bro.
All right.
Look at what $100 or 100 whatever Netherlands krona, I think you guys got over there, or do you guys
No,
use
euros.
euro? Yeah, forgot.
Would be cool to
So
have Dutch kroner. That would be dope.
yeah, because that's what you guys used to have. Anyway,
We used to have guldens. What? Gulden.
I don't remember what the name of. I thought it was krona, but I don't actually remember the name of the.
No, it's in Dutch. It's gulden, but in
Dutch
English,
kronen. That's right. That's what it is.
No, we didn't.
No,
But okay, it doesn't. No, we had gulden or something. It doesn't matter, man. Yeah.
It's gonna bug me.
Must know.
Must know. Oh, Gilder. Gilder?
Gilder. I know someone with a G. I think you're right with the G.
Yeah, it's Gilder. I just didn't know what the
Gilder.
English translation.
That's Gilder.
Gilder.
What is it in Dutch? What do you call it?
Gulden.
Gulden.
Gulden, yes.
Gulden. I can speak Dutch too, Mike. Oh, okay.
Well done, Will.
Check this out. This is cool. I just saw this, and if I've ignored any of your chats, I'm sorry. I'm just over here rambling. Kroner means crows. We use it to Norway and Sweden. Thank you.
No, it means crowns.
Give me a second, guys.
Nordic, did you make a typo? Isn't it crowns? But okay, yeah, exactly. Thank you. I was thinking I was going crazy.
You might be.
Man, best
I read it as crowns.
Your evening. Yeah, crowns.
I definitely didn't say it as crowns, but I read it as crowns.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
So yeah,
where were
that's what's going on. So back to the cherry on top.
Oh yeah,
right.
The insane chart.
Real interest rate. So we know the inflation rate worldwide is higher than whatever nominal rate you're going to find anywhere. Now, how do we know? Take you to a real cool website, tradingeconomics.com.
I thought you were going to hex.com. That's a cool website.
This one is actually a little cooler.
Ah.
Okay, I'm gonna show you why it's a little cooler. It's a little cooler because it lets you know how cool hex.com actually is.
Beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta feel me, bro. I got you. Let's see, does this organize this at all?
Welcome to the 24-hour education stream with Wills Only, Squids Only, and Motley Investor. I think I'm going to keep the name. I kind of like Squids Only.
Squids Only.
Better watch out. If Wales is a sperm whale, you're in trouble. Coming for them T-shares.
That's a good one. Oh, you're probably the only person that knows that. Nobody knows, like,
bro. I know.
Stuff.
Yeah, I know everything Animal Kingdom wise. That's why I gave Cabana shit for his
you do. That's right. Yeah. I forgot about that. You're the animal freak. Yeah.
Funny enough, a colossal squid can actually kill a sperm whale as well too. What they do is if the sperm whale doesn't get a good grip on them, they can actually drown the sperm whale. If the squid's large enough and the sperm whale doesn't get a killing blow, sperm whales have been known to be killed by giant squids.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they have an epic battle essentially.
Are they like
the seafloor?
Are they like enemies?
Yeah. I mean, the sperm whales dive down super deep to go eat them, but there are some colossal squids big enough to drown a sperm whale.
Damn, dude.
Yep.
That
could be you.
You better look out, Will. You better look out, man.
The kraken of the
gonna drown
you.
Gonna drown you and extract all your T-shares. That's what's
That's it, man. And you know what? This is actually a good comment.
There will be a plankton only.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful comment.
These ranking systems only become more and more solidified, like over time. Like you're not cracking into these sea creature leagues we have. Like Steph and Firebomb will just have to continue to create more. Because you're not getting in there. Yeah.
Nah.
We're entering the year of the squid and then the year of the turtle, and
It's crazy,
Crab,
man.
shrimp, yeah.
It's crazy. It's really, really crazy. Now check this out. This is interest rates worldwide, or where the government has the interest rate set, right, for overnight transactions or whatever. Like this is just the base rate, right? So this is where they price their stuff at. So anything above here, above these rates, is considered risky, basically, in the market. Okay. So let's look at what they got for
interest
lending.
rate of like what loan of
overnight cash. Just
okay.
overnight, just enter, like, let's see what this says. This is probably going to be anything. So this is the fixed. This is currency rates. So this is not what I want to look at. Let me just see something here real quick. Lending rate.
Man, that picture of Joe Exotic is cool, man.
It is actually. Got that pulse chain gradient going.
Yeah, man,
Yeah. Shout out to him. He's listening from afar.
He told me in his interview that he got inspired by me making a video every single day, and now he's been making art every single day on Photoshop and all that. He's becoming better, man. It's pretty cool to see.
That's usually how it works, man.
Good at that stuff. Just every day make something.
If you enjoy it, like, and pour yourself into it, yeah, I mean, it's only a matter of time before you become good at it.
Here we go. Here we go with the beef. Dolphins are so much cooler than sharks.
Well, you Cookie Boys, you can make a Dolphins only.
There you go.
Name. Come on, I don't have time for your games.
What if that starts? What if that starts trending? Everyone just starts doing like sea creature only.
Yeah.
Sea creature.
Thanks for the super sticker, brother.
STAKER.APP only.
We're gonna see it start popping up on Twitter all over the place.
Yeah.
STAKER.APP only.
But you have to have the one after the name, otherwise it doesn't count. Otherwise, you're not the first, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Had to throw that one on there to let them know it's my claim here.
No imposters.
Right, no imposters, baby, no imposters. All right, so this is the lending rate, right? Let's talk about the lending rate, just because I think that would make a lot of sense to people just talking about it being a lending rate, right? Or let's see, we even got a deposit interest rate here, which is actually more sensible, I think, for the conversation as far as understanding goes. Okay.
Shells only.
Oh my god. Shells only. I see that.
Silent shell only.
All right.
Don't be one
Silent
of those.
shell billionaires.
I wonder if you're a shell if you have less than a T-share. I haven't looked at the league. That'd be crazy.
I don't know.
If you have Hex, but you can't afford, because like we said, like T-shares are becoming unaffordable for a lot of people, even with leveraging their time. So like, are you a shell? Like, I don't know. I'd have to look.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's really crazy out there.
Just put it in perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking about it, like, wow, like it's only been 9 months and things have changed a lot.
So quick.
In those 9 months, yeah. So we're looking at the worldwide deposit rates, and the deposit rate is what you get from the bank when you deposit your cash in the institution. So Norway, minus 1%, Euro area, minus 0.5%, and that's just the standard, right? So it's going to be worse than Switzerland, minus 43 basis points. So this is minus 0.5%. This is minus 1%.
By the way, this was the first time this ever happened, right?
Yes, in history.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good sign.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Minus points.
You know what? Damn, I don't think I've ever talked about that, huh? Yeah, this has never happened. Yeah, this has never, ever in the history ever happened before.
No precedents. Interesting.
No, yeah, there's zero. Yep. This is the first time. Hold on, guys. Work is being annoying. But yeah, so this is work. This is the first time in history that this happens. First time in history. Negative rates are not a common thing. It's not something that's ever happened before, because who would give money to get less back?
It's
nobody.
Richard even tweeted about it. About the Dutch the Dutch what's the word? The Dutch entrepreneurs, they with the small businesses, they make multiple bank accounts now, because if you are over 100,000 or something, you have to pay like half
interest rate, negative interest. Yeah.
Whoever thought the bank like banks were supposed to cater to you, and now you have to pay.
And
them
the
to keep
interesting
money
thing
there.
is that people actually they actually start to rationalize it and say, yeah, banks also have costs. And I'm like, dude, are you retarded? That doesn't make sense. They make the money. They get the money. They what?
The same thing scares me with stuff like Australians with the virus, and just like hearing them talk about the limitations they have right now. It's like it's scary because they seem so complacent about it, and all I can think of is just that frog. And this is the same way, right? I just think of the frog in the boiling pan. He doesn't know until it's too late and the water's at a boil. It's scary.
I literally noticed it. I got a message from my bank saying just a notification of, hey, if you have from now on, if you have 200,000 in your bank account, you have to pay negative interest. And then I went to my dad and I was like, this is stupid. Why is this? And he said, yeah, don't worry about it. It's 200K. You don't have that. I'm like, okay. And then two or 3 months later, I got the same message.
Now you have that, don't you?
But then I got the same message and it was bumped down to 100K. And I was like, oh, a few months it's a 50K, and another few months is nothing.
If you have an account, you pay.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah,
and it happens that fast, and this is why I'm so adamant about the things that I talk about, because they're not a game. You know, this is what they intend to do, and they have no qualms in letting you know they're gonna do it. Shit, they do it. It's not like they're hiding it. Shout out to Kyla. He's actually a new Hexican. And he jumped in the chat a couple weeks ago, or maybe it was last week, to actually let us know that he had questions and he was new and he was forthcoming about being new. And that's cool, because we're just here to, provide the information, bro. Like, that's it.
You know what?
Let us know where you played in. That would be cool.
Yeah, let us know what it is, bro.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people like claiming to be like OG or whatever, and like they seem pretty new, or some of their information just seems off and stuff doesn't line up. It's like, you don't have to be claimed to be an OG. Like it's okay, right? And then like what is an OG? Like it's different to everyone. So like, but if you're new, like you don't need to claim some falsehood. Just let people you can.
As I used to say when I was a kid, you don't got a lot of kicking, homie.
Yeah, you can hang out just fine. You don't have to have OG in the title. Everyone here is early. Like that's all you got to think about.
Yeah, everybody here is early, man. Until year 5, you're early.
Yeah. Hey, Wills, what did Crypto 303 want you to say?
Hex is interesting, literally.
Thank you. I'm gonna clip that.
Soundbite. Add that to the folder.
Yeah, banks are not your friends. You can add that one too.
Oh yeah.
Mark is grabbing all of them right now. All right.
Yeah, this is how I would define an OG. I would define an OG as a person that made stakes before big payday.
I probably agree with that as well.
Yeah. That's how I would define it, because that's the end of like launch phase and all that stuff. Like, big payday stakes.
After that, like you don't even know how Hex really came into existence with the adoption amplifier and the first supply really being minted.
Yeah. It's so crazy to think back, huh?
Yeah. Man. Like I omit that completely now in my onboarding process, because it's just more information overload. It's not relevant anymore. So that gets
crazy
lost
as that
over time.
sounds. Yeah, it's crazy. So, all right, you deposit money in the bank. This is what you get.
Yeah.
You got to go all the way down to Qatar to get 1%. All the way down to Qatar. I mean, Guyana.
Qatar's really nice, by the way. I flew into Qatar a couple times.
Yeah, no, it is nice. It is, but it's hot as hell. It's humid as hell.
Hot as hell, but everything's clean. Everything's well managed. I like
it. Yeah, no, it's nice. It's nice, but let's remember, it is Qatar.
And it's still only 1%. So
yeah, and it's only 1%. That's right. I mean,
not
Thailand
for 1%. That's for sure.
I haven't seen 1% in my entire life, I think.
Well,
but
I'm trying to think if I ever have. Maybe early on, like when I was a kid, and it didn't matter. I know.
But keep going.
All right. So South Korea, as we know, is a high-ranking country in terms of prosperity. Look at Trinidad and Tobago, Philippines, Cambodia, Antigua and Barbuda. I mean, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. I mean, how are these yields all worldwide this low? Jamaica, Costa Rica, Belize, Nicaragua, I mean, Nicaragua was like falling apart, so I don't even understand this. I mean, this doesn't make sense. Russia, like Seychelles, why? Right? Why? Dominican Republic, my country. Why is the yield so low? Why?
Whoa, there Argentina is way yo.
Yeah, they've gone bankrupt like 2 times in the
Yeah.
past 20 years. So, or maybe it's been 3 times. I don't even know anymore. I lost track. Honduras 8%, Belarus 8%. I mean, you can't find a decent yield anywhere in the world. Literally, I just showed you that. Just showed you that. If you think you're gonna get hex gains here, you're out your mind. Not happening. Nope. Just not happening. Just stop it. Right? Like Hex literally has no competition. I've shown you that in so many ways a day. Is crazy. Like I'm out here just throwing the alpha at you. Hope you're taking some. Because it's serious. I mean, look, you got to go all the way down to Lebanon on this list just to get close. And I'm lying, Georgia, just to get close to the lowest yield that Hex produces.
Yeah.
Lowest. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Who's putting money in Georgia? Nobody. Right? Like, and you have these yields so low that it doesn't make sense. Why? Well, it's because they're pumping it. Because they have no reason not to. That's how these yields are this low. I mean, you're gonna sit here and tell me that at one of the worst points in economic history, right now, yields should be at all-time lows. That's not gonna attract capital. Nobody's gonna want to pay for that, right? All you're doing is keeping crappy companies alive. That's it. And that's it. So, not much value to add there, in reality, economically, right? So when you sit there and you look at all these charts that Hex has, all this data, I mean, come on. Everything is up and to the right. Unless it's not supposed to be. But everything pretty much is. This is expiring shares. No correlation. Correlation is 0. And again, up and to the right. Like everything you look at, up and to the right. Right? Everything. This is the rate at which the system helps you earn your money within a year. So 16% of the year, you get your money back. Comparison to S&P 500, which we all know is never as low as Hex at 17%. I mean, it's crazy. Hex, this is a T-share market cap as a few days ago, 73 billion. I mean, at this price, I think the T-share was valued at like 4,800. I don't even think I had the 7,500.
So cheap.
7,500, yeah. Where's it at now?
What a deal. What a deal.
So it's definitely a deal. Yeah, $8,700, man.
Dude.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, look at all those lucky sevens in there.
Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah, hell yeah, my inner Asian kicked off on that.
That's too funny, man. But these are the things. It's important to understand all these things, guys. These are the things that are going to separate you from the plebs that sell early. I mean, we're seeing so many big sell transactions, and those are going to be the people that are going to be trying to buy back in at $10 in a year. If not sooner.
It's going to be that person in the meme video that Motley has on YouTube. Guys, I sold all my Hex. Today,
that guy, Nightly, making his clone.
Yeah,
all
that
those
one.
people, they're just all wrecked. Yep.
So, Wills, did we already discuss now the chart where the yield is so low and why that is? Did we already discuss the why?
Why the yield?
Like why is
yes.
it should be so high, but now it's low. So why is it so low?
Brings us back here because we didn't even go over this actually. So I'm sorry about that because I was too busy talking about it.
Hey, that's why I'm here.
So
I'm keeping the train on the rail.
Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta read this stupid question.
Stupid questions. There, in school they say there are no
They
stupid
do
questions.
exist.
In Wales University there are stupid questions.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
make
it's
sure
because
you
this
know
person
that.
should know the question or the
Nah,
answer.
I'm
That's
joking,
why.
man. I'm joking.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I define sometimes what I call a stupid question is something that someone can easily find for themselves, and they're just too late. They're being lazy.
Yeah,
call
like
that a
I do
stupid
sometimes.
question.
I'm like, sometimes I still do that. I just ask a stupid question, and then someone literally Googles it and shows me a screenshot. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm
And
stupid.
you're like, oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Like at least you're aware of it and you catch yourself. It's like, yeah, you're right. I should have just been able
Yeah,
to
exactly.
do that myself.
Right. So yeah, this person
Glad
literally
American
just wasting my time. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's the problem, man. Time is valuable. People don't understand that. Like,
No, I know.
Be
What
right back,
up,
guys.
Crypto King? Yeah, no worries, man. Shout out to him. It's my boy right there.
love Crypto King.
Yeah, he's the man. He's
I'm
always
ready for
hooking RH up.
I'm ready for a Japan trip. Definitely go
Yeah.
hook up with him when I get out there.
Yeah, it's getting crazy. We're gonna be flying all over the world. We're gonna need our own airline soon enough.
Yeah, private jets for sure.
Yeah.
Fuck this other shit. And I'm not going
Yeah.
to Australia. I love my Australian Hexicans, but you guys got
Can't go
internment
there.
camps getting built right at the airport.
You
I'm good.
You guys gotta handle that. Yeah. Can't visit you. Yeah. Sorry.
Figure that shit out.
Yeah. I mean, we tell you what to do. You know what to do. Get your guns back. It's the quickest way to handle that. All right. So,
Might be too late.
yeah, fortunately for them. So this chart is crazy. It's crazy for a number of reasons, right? Note that this is 2020. We all know what happened after 2020. Now, I want you to understand that this has never, ever happened in the history of this.
Yeah,
That
it's quite
that they've been
apparent just by
tracking
looking at the
this
chart.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Never in the history of this world.
Never. Right, and we went over, and we were going to get to the why after going over this. The real rate of inflation, or the real rate of return. Right, the real rate of return here. What the hell is it? This is what it's talking about: a negative real yield. Right, so again, real interest rates, which is the same thing as a real yield in this case. We're just changing the word yields from interest. Is nominal, right? The 1.29% we see the market is giving, minus the actual inflation rate, which we always know is going to be greater than 3%. So already, just based off of that 10-year, you're getting minus 2% real yield. And here, the riskiest bucket of the fixed income market is 85%. Trading is yielding 85%. Or I'm sorry, I'm saying this all wrong because I'm just so flustered by looking at this damn chart.
Wonka that shit.
Yo, this is just
Negative real yield is at all-time highs. Happy new all-time high.
It's wild.
I'm sorry, man.
No problem.
Anyways,
You're good.
so what we're looking at is the simple fact that out of the riskiest segment of the fixed income market, 85% of those issuances are yielding less a negative real rate. So you're not getting any return at all for holding the riskiest paper on the planet.
That's ridiculous, man. But how?
And it's 85% of the market.
But
That's why holding fiat to me is just, I mean, that's inherently
it's the
just
biggest
more
risk that
risky
you can take.
than Hex by like a mile. Like,
A million miles.
I just
So-
don't want it. I keep enough on the books to pay my basic needs and bills, and that's it. Like,
But
That's
Wills,
it.
what I don't understand, can you get back to the chart
Mhm.
of the negative real yield? What I don't understand, how did it jump up like that? Like, what happened? Like, what's the reason for that? Drum rolls.
probably dealing with work.
Hold on.
No, he's
Oh, sorry,
looking
I
up
was
the
I was
answer.
in the
No
chat.
worries.
I wasn't watching.
No worries. No worries.
Gotta
So
pay
this is why.
attention, Motley.
Pay attention to the people, Markable. Squids only. Here for the people.
I'm here for the technology.
It's true though. It's funny, right? Because like
Mm.
technology is gonna make us rich. Like Hex really is the more advanced technology. In
I'm
crypto.
literally here for the technology. Yeah.
I like the
That
side
meme got
effect.
Yeah. So before, all right, let me go back out a little bit more because this is too close.
Yeah.
Let's go to March. Let's look at 2 years. Okay. So a year prior, we were at 14.5 trillion in the money stock. Now we've gone over M2 before. M2 is just all deposits in the bank, right? That's really much all it is, right? It's all deposits in the bank and credit and shit.
Yeah.
So what happened? Rona.
Yeah.
Boom. 2 trillion printed instantly. But guess what? It didn't end there. They just kept printing
Up and to the right.
up and to the right. Now
So
we're at
it's
20.5
essentially
trillion.
just trying to print our way out of a collapse. Is what's going on.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
More
And
so
all that's
than
gonna
any
do
other time in
is-
history.
Yes, sir. Well, it started when the crisis happened, and actually,
But
see it. Go ahead.
But what I don't understand, like you can see that it goes up and to the right, and you can see that at 2020 it went up vertically, but not this vertically. So is that so? How does this go? Like all of a sudden, boom?
Because they just decided to turn on the printer, bro. Like that's the whole thing that people don't understand. There is no how.
Yeah, but shouldn't it have more of a flatter line up then? Like this doesn't make sense. Where if you
Because the market reacts when it reacts.
yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, so
Hold on a
basically
second.
there was a delay for that initial burst of money printing in 2020 when it went up 2 trillion.
It just happened. Like whenever this happened, this is the data. This is probably recent.
Yeah.
Because now is when the market is pricing these moves in, and we can see it here.
Exactly.
Actually.
So
Hold on.
it's just a delay.
It's just really
that
a
belief
delay.
system you had, the dollar's worth a dollar and all that. I mean, they just
cracking.
essentially just
You can throw that out of the window, man.
They
It's
destroyed
cracking.
that overnight. They're just
When-
like,
when-
nope, don't care. Print it.
So look
When
at this
people
here.
tell
right?
me to cash out crypto, I'm like, and then
You're
what?
insane.
What? And then
And then
what
I
am I going
lose
to do with it?
money. Cool.
So this is 2020,
Yeah, exactly.
right? This is 2020, and let's just use a scale, right? This is basically like looking at December because this is already the end of the year, and this just came out.
Uh-huh.
All right. So if you split this in half, this is basically now the beginning of last year or this year, I mean.
Yeah.
And if we look at what was I looking here? When the yields start collapsing, beginning of this year, March.
Uh-huh.
So we're seeing new lows in the high yield territory on an index basis, which means the odds are that it's probably lower because they're going to try to make it look as good as possible because this is what they do with these indices. They mask information.
Custom index is what again? Exactly. It's a bunch of stuff together, right?
Yeah. It's just like an average.
So they basically grab the highest one so that it looks better.
Correct. So if you look at here, it says the data represents the effective yield of blah, 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 the index, which is a subset of these other indices, right? So they're plucking and picking whatever they want to show.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically how you would pass a test.
Correct.
In school.
Right. Yeah, but this is important. Yeah, right. But we look again, early part of 2021, and if we kind of guesstimate when this rip took place, it looks like it's around there.
Mm-hmm.
So everything happens on a delay because we have to understand nothing is instant. when it comes to money. Money transfers. It's a value transfer mechanism. People have this hard like it's hard for people to understand that. I mean, look at this jump, bro. It's not normal.
No,
It's never done that.
and the inflation also had a delay from that, but now it's picking up, right?
Right. Like, look at this. It's never done this before, right? You look at that. If you look pre
Yes.
2010,
It's kind of like the T-share ramp.
correct. Didn't do it, and all of a sudden it did it.
Yeah.
You know.
All right,
So
yeah.
this is what's happening. It's all about the rates of change, and this is why, even though it took forever, it finally came. And now, market is in a dire position.
Ridiculous. Man.
Dire.
Like it almost can't go up more.
Correct.
It's
I mean, the more you can get is 100%. Yeah,
That's ridiculous,
that's it.
man.
And this can't go negative. And as far as 100%,
exactly.
It can't overgo 100%. It can't go over 100%.
And then would they still buy this just to save their funds?
So you have to remember that they're obligated by law to buy crap like this.
Oh yeah,
Jesus.
If that's what the funds are raised for, yeah. Because it's fiat, it's not crypto. They can't just do what they want unless it's that type of fund. It depends on what the paper says.
Yeah, because my mind would say, why would you ever buy that? But they're obligated to do that. Yeah,
correct.
That's why we have the upper hand now. We can actually choose.
100%. Exactly. Yeah. We have the competitive advantage over them. We're not restricted by anything.
They kind of fuck themselves.
Correct.
Basically.
Oh, we're retiring. They're stuck.
Yep.
Like
it's
we're
also,
literally. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, my mind just sometimes wanders off like thinking of it like people, but it's actually corporations, and sometimes that kind of have to twist my mind a little bit.
Let's crush the haters. Give me a second.
It isn't that bad if you view the log chart.
Yeah, whatever. He's about to learn something.
What
okay.
That just shows you what?
It's all right.
What? That doesn't make it. It just looks less bad. Right?
That's perfectly normal, right, dude? Mr. Billy Millie. That makes sense, right? Never ever did you see a 1% bump, and all of a sudden we're just going.
Place there.
We're just going to go on ahead and skyrocket to 6.5%. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
It never did that.
Point. The log chart, of course, is not going to look bad. It's not supposed to, because the thing scales with time and with increasing. So of course, it's not going to look the same. Come on. That's why you look at rates of change.
Wait,
you look at the Fed data. You don't look at the trading view, bro. Wake up, man.
This is directly from their source, not from from somewhere else.
Here.
Like TradingView.
H6 money stock measures.
What
it takes you right to the link. I don't know what TradingView uses.
What you learn in university is if you get a source, you get as close to the source as possible. So if you go to the actual corporation,
that's why I like Hex so much. I can be close to the money as possible with Hex.
Don't need to go. But what I need to go.
Nobody in between.
So what do I need to go to TradingView for if I'm already at the Fed, bro? Use your noggin, man. Come on. All the data is right here. What do I need to go to a third party for? That's not why I'm in crypto. You're in the wrong stream, brother. Bye. Sorry.
Quills, look out. You're not going to get a super chat from him now.
Oh my God. Go figure. Go figure. Yeah, well, I'm not here for super chats. I'm here to actually educate people in the correct way to look at things.
But feelings.
And while the charting software might be better, the data is showing us the same information.
Wait, this is the log chart, right?
No, the chart isn't logged.
What we were looking at earlier was.
If you wanted to
that was a linear one. Yeah. But what
this is what he's talking about.
But what does a log chart matter? It just looks different. But the numbers are still the same.
Yeah, you're going from 0 to 24. The rate of change is what matters. It's not the log scale. That's irrelevant.
Yeah.
No, I'm not too educated to learn anything, bro. I look at charts in log form. Maybe you should watch more of my streams and educate yourself.
But
you're talking about what you don't know, bro. Why would you look at this data in log form? What's the benefit here?
There you go. That's a good question.
Zero benefit.
It's about the percentage increase, right?
Correct. Because the rate of change is what is what's debasing the currency. And that rate of change is consistent with the amount of dollars floating around the system, which is 20 trillion. And that's that we know of. Right? So that's what's important to understand. And that's why we look at rates of change. I first showed the linear function, the linear view of it. So you can look at what's happening in dollar terms. But what matters is the rate of change. That's why I always talk about the rate of change. Linear fashion doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. This is Vietnam era. Printing, 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 printing. This is what you're seeing here. This is why you had that shock. This is why they had to close the gold window. Right? Saving and loans crisis. Right? You got to understand what's going on in order to have good analysis. You can't just presume to look at a line and think you know what the fuck you're looking at. It's not how this works.
Yeah.
It's not. It's just not. So it's important to understand that. So when we're sitting here looking at all these rates of change, you see you pretty much have a max at 15% across time, right? And that's worst case scenario because we're talking about Vietnam and all that shit. Gas inflation, hyperinflation was happening in the 70s. Stock market went nowhere. Taxes were going up, salaries were going up, but nobody was going anywhere. And thanks again for the super sticker, brother. Appreciate the $2.
Stickers.
Love the stickers. Love the stickers. Right, but this was the doldrums, right? As far as the money stock increasing. And this is probably the best time if you ask anybody older than you and the generation above you that they could probably remember if they were working during this time as far as earning income was and price stability because you didn't have them pumping money like crazy. So 93 to 95. Ask somebody that's older than you. They might remember. Because what it doesn't look like, it doesn't look like they're all working in concert, but they are. That's why. Oh, did I close that chart? Oh, no, I didn't. That's why all these rates are super low. All of them. All the way out to the riskiest countries. That's why. Because they all work in concert. Now, how do I know this for sure? Well, since you're asking and you don't want to believe, let me show you. Let's see. Let's see if it gives me. It's supposed to be. I thought it was this website. Did they change it? There is a place that shows all of the cuts. Oh no, I think it's gonna make me. Hold on. There's this place that I know online where you can go look. Central banking. Rate cuts or interest rate cuts. Sorry. So what I'm looking for is a site that shows you how they all shift in tandem, basically. So you guys can see that I'm not just making this up. Because that's the whole point of this. The whole point of this is for you to see that the information is out there and that it doesn't have to come from me. I'm just relaying what already exists. And it's out there. Now, interestingly enough, my point is being made for me without me even having to look. They always move in tandem, folks. Always move in tandem. Always move in tandem. Oh, shit, that got red real quick. And they're all moving in tandem. The system is designed to gouge you no matter where you live, folks. Proof positive right here. They all work in tandem to devalue whatever you earn over time. And we're only in July 2019. They all now let's think about it. How likely is this to be just a coincidence? How likely is this? Thanks for the super chat, Wally. Sorry, appreciate you, brother. We are being smashed with no lube, and we say thank you.
A little graphic,
Yeah,
but yeah.
yeah. I mean, he's accurate. I'm showing it. It's not like I'm making it up. You know, unfortunately, I'm not. And this is why I'm showing it, so we can understand what it is we have to do in order to sustain the value that we're about to generate. Because what you have to understand is that this is not sustainable. There's a reason, excuse me, that now it's all green, because they're increasing the rate. There's a reason this is happening. It's not a coincidence.
Right now?
Yeah. That's what up arrows means.
Yeah.
Yeah, it means that they're increasing the rate.
Thanks, man.
No problem. I mean, it could be anything for all you know. It could be anything. It's fair. It's a fair question because, again, this is a different world. This is like me looking at.
I was just
coding.
saying that because I would expect they would have downgraded it.
Well, that's exactly my point. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, we're at a point in time where they have very little recourse for action because it's already been 50 years. How low can zero go, sir? That's the question you want answered here. How low can zero go?
Well, negative, apparently.
No, it cannot, actually. It's just a matter of time before it catches up to everybody else. And that's what people don't understand. Just because it's still working doesn't mean it's not going to stop working. Because the thing you have to realize is that the system is designed around faith. Literally.
Yep. That's the first thing I learned in economics class in high school. Money is faith. And now we're starting to understand why that's not a good idea.
Correct. Now you see, moving in tandem.
Right,
like I just scrolling through this so people can see how they work in concert. Because this is a whole bunch of different countries in every line. Why would all these countries move at the same time in the same direction? Because this is every calendar month now. May 2016, April 2016, July, June, okay?
Well, because they're all connected, right?
Yes, they are. That's my point. No matter where you are on the planet, you're under the same thumb.
Yeah. That was the whole
That's why
point in
they're on this list.
2011, I guess. When America went down, in the Netherlands,
everything
went
down
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So this is why I'm going through all of this stuff. So it's as clear as possible to everybody that you need to really, really think hard before you sell your HEX. Think very hard. Thank you for the super chat, HEX Deck. Appreciate you, bro. Okay, let me help you guys out. Since you're still not listening and reading, look at the chart. The only thing that can happen is vertical. Relax. That must have been from a tweet I sent out yesterday in reaction to the coin market crap reaction that everybody else had. Because I just don't understand it. You know, I don't understand it. And I understand that, well, the reaction after they took it down, not before. The hype I got. Because great. It'd be a good day for crypto the day that those two institutions actually relay factual information. I'll say it. I'm not scared to say it. It'll be a good day for crypto the day that happens.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's less of a barrier to entry for those folks that need the financial freedom.
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't have a 6-figure job, bro. And everybody isn't happy at their 6-figure job too. You know, and the world is a better place with happier people. That's a fact, not an opinion. You know, that
100%. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I mean, you see that with Google a lot. I mean, they were one of the companies early on that figured out to make your employees as happy as possible. You got the most productivity and the most yield out of them. Putting cafes in there for free, giving them time. If they retire, they can go nap, gyms, everything like those. they realized very early on that making their employees happy and healthy was the best way to get the maximum productivity out
Yeah,
of them.
man. And that's something that's happening across the board, where the people that understand that now, they're going to be extremely successful. And what's interesting is that you can pull that all the way through to governments, where you can already see what Will says about capital goes where it's treated best.
Yeah.
It's literally insane. When I don't get why governments all of a sudden try to grab as much as possible from the new wealth that's being created by crypto, because the only thing they're doing is scaring
making
all
them
the
leave.
wealth away.
Yep, the wealth
And
will leave.
the countries that are going to accept it as quick as possible and understand that you make the people and the wealth treated well, those are going to win, man.
Yep.
It's an interesting thing, because it's gonna change this world, man. It's gonna shape it in a different way.
Yeah, they better realize it quick, because it's gonna happen at a faster and faster rate.
If you're gonna have stuff like hacks that you literally can't control, you literally can't delete it, you can't stop it, well, then it's best to play along with it and make sure that everyone that is in there wants to be where you are, as in a country. But they don't get it yet, because they think they can still control everything. And that's kind of like the old system.
There's reasons why I'm already looking at other countries. Like,
there's a reason why everyone's kind of looking at different countries. It's
like
it's ridiculous.
Who's going to treat you the best? Who's going to treat you
because all these systems are still built on taking as much as possible, because everyone
it's archaic.
Needs to be there anyways. But now there are choices, man. There are possibilities. We're gonna change some shit around here, man. It's gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be very interesting, because people are gonna be taken aback because they're not paying attention. Yep. And that's okay. That's how we like it.
They'll stay in that pot
people find out
a little too long. Sometimes that water reaches a boil before you realize.
That's right. That's right.
Don't be that frog.
Yeah, I mean, don't be that frog. This is why I'm going through all of these topics, all of these items, and I mean, yo, this is insane. When the riskiest sector of the fiat markets, hands down, is offering zero value, and in fact, not is it just offering zero value, it's offering negative value. You better
still funny when you say that
out. You better look out. Look out, because something bad is on its way. That's what this means, in more ways than one. This is not good, folks. This is not good at all. Protect your hex. Protect it. Once it comes out, figure out how to generate fiat, and don't use it for anything else until we figure out what the hell is going on, because shit is getting crazy.
Stuff can become really weird really quick.
Yeah, it's getting very crazy. This is just one of the many examples. So many people in the military are saying F this, and they're getting out.
Oh yeah. And they're given, and like, you can use the clause of like religious practices or whatever with getting the vaccine. Like, you can separate. Yeah, it's nuts. Just be proactive. Don't be reactive, or you're gonna find yourself in a very bad spot.
Situation.
Yeah, you're gonna be in between a rock and a hard place if you're reactive.
Just gonna get wrecked, man.
Yep.
Educate yourself. There's plenty of information out there. Don't fall victim to their traps in the games, because that's all they are. And you're always going to lose if you play it, because it's their rules. Their rules, not yours. Yep.
Do you still have that that video that I made for you?
Ah, yes.
So you should do that as an outro.
That's right. I forgot about that.
We've been going for 4 hours. Unless you have something really cool to say.
No, that's pretty much it, man.
Yeah, right?
I gotta go work on my physical health, so gym time.
Nah, you're good, man. Richard is coming with a pill very soon. At some
pill.
Four more years. 4 more years.
In the meantime, go work out, eat better, all that good stuff.
Yeah. Help
Stop
yourself
drinking
out
energy drinks like this. Yeah.
Let me try to find the video.
Because that needs to be your outro, man. Definitely.
Yeah. I don't think I have it saved here.
Squid's only.
Did I upload it?
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, eventually just uploading your StreamYard and you're good.
I feel like Will's
I do
sidekick
have
now.
it.
Now that I'm called Squids Only as well. Like I'm becoming kind of like Will's sidekick. Hey, do you have the outro? Do you have the video?
I mean, you
should
do
do
got
it.
some suction cups you can just latch on with.
Just got a Skype from my coworker. Hex is at 47.
I get those all day for my onboarding. It's just like, do you see the Hex price? Like, yep. Like,
Yo, it's
what?
so funny, man.
They're like, how high is it gonna go? Good question.
Sit back and relax, man.
Up and to the right.
That's it, baby. Don't even ask.
Yeah,
Just
there's-
enjoy the ride. Oh no, I
Illegal.
didn't save it. Hold on. But I had this shit saved, but I didn't. Hold on, I'll save it right now. And I'll upload it right now.
Don't worry, guys. The
You can
outro is
upload
worth
it
the
at
wait.
brand and then
Oh wait,
as a
why is it
video,
not
and then you
showing?
can click it always.
Found it. I just didn't recognize it. Hold on, give it a second to upload. What's uploading? But yeah, man. I really hope all of this stuff made sense. It's important
for me.
information. Yeah, just
I learned a
watch
lot.
it again, ask questions. I know some of the topics were a little.
It's funny.
convex.
It's this system, I kind of understand it on a global level. Like I understand that everything's fucked and why. I can also explain it to other people why, but not in great detail. And then when I go through this, everything makes more sense and just confirms what I was already thinking. It's just
Yep.
you're doing great, man. These videos are amazing. I like
Thanks,
it.
man. Just trying to share just relevant information. You know,
And
'cause-
like your video is going to say, you cannot find this shit anywhere else for free, or you have to find it yourself. But like these videos,
yeah. No, it's important. Otherwise, I wouldn't take the time to do it. Honestly, if I didn't think it was this important, I wouldn't spend 4 hours of my day on it.
yeah.
You know, 'cause-
Education's important.
This is the caliber of people we have in the Mexican community, man. We're just doing shit for other people because we want to get a better life for other people.
makes
And that's the
everything
best
easier
thing you
for
can-
everybody else. Mhm.
And that's the best thing you can do for your own life as well. Make other people's lives better, because your
That's
life
it,
will
man.
be exponentially better if you help other people.
Yeah,
We've
and
already
it's
seen
been
it
that
in this
way.
community.
Yeah, it's definitely been that way for me. I can't even.
Definitely for me.
Yeah, I can't even, say anything to the contrary. That's a fact, not even an opinion. It's crazy. So, I'm
Squids
enjoying-
only, sharing those facts. Facts only, man.
So this thing is taking forever to load, man. You want to just play it?
Yeah, I
this-
can play it.
It's not loading. It's not loading. I don't know what's up. This is not loading.
No, it takes a bit because it has to get into the program itself.
Oh,
But
okay.
from then on, you don't have to upload it. You can just play
It's
it.
good.
It's
Yeah.
nice.
Oh, okay. Well, I just thought it just wasn't working, so that's fine with me. I don't care.
Actually,
but,
Markable, can you send me you probably have it somewhat readily available. Can you send me the new link to the Knights of Crypto intro with Wave 3 TV's name?
Yeah, we'll talk about
play
it in the
that
green
shit
room.
too.
Alright.
That shit is funny. Oh,
That shit
man.
is funny. That's true.
It's just fitting. Like everybody makes sense in how they're displayed in the outro intro. It makes sense.
Thanks, man. That's
Yeah,
like
I
one-
don't know. It just
that's
works.
the best compliment you can get as a editor.
Yeah.
All
that's
right.
true.
With that, thanks for everyone watching.
Thank you guys. It's been a pleasure.
See you on the
We're
next
about
one.
to throw it up on the screen. Peace.
Outro.
Playing this broadcast is known to cause increased amounts of FOMO. Wells only and his guests are not responsible for any losses you may accrue for having weak hands. Where the haters at? Y'all bitches still ain't showed up. And now, right, we got Hex. Flawless uptime. People thought this was a joke. Now they're mad at the chart. It's lullaby music, really, right? It's hard to believe that something like this exists. I get it, but you just gotta come to terms with reality. It just exists. Nothing we can do about it. Buy a steak and chill, baby. Shout out to Marketable Thoughts. You can't can't get this kind of shit for free anywhere else. And it's very important to understand that. And we're handing it out. People thought this was a joke. Now they're mad at the chart. So much luck, once again, because the facts don't give a fuck.